to Science and Sorcery, the show where science communicators play Dungeons and Dragons to raise money for charity. My name is Dagmar Derwedeman, and if you haven't guessed yet, this is not a show for kids. Welcome back. It's been a while. Our last charity show was our live show in Glasgow. Thank you so much if you came. It was great. We had a lot of fun. Sam killed another one of my bad guys with a shoe. It's fine. His body will never be found. We have a new producer. We're all good. Tonight, we are taking part in the incredible Festival of Nature 2022. It is the UK's largest free celebration of the natural world, and we're so excited to be part of it. It is our first science festival, and hopefully we'll be able to do a lot more. But yes, join me and our cast tonight as we return to the Isle of Cretas in part 2, Velocilicious. Don't know if there's actually going to be any sexy Velocilobsters. I sure hope so. We'll find out. Without further ado, let's go ahead and meet our DM and players. You know them. You love them. Because you've hopefully watched part 1. Otherwise, part 2 might be a little bit confusing. First up, our DM is once again esteemed paleontologist and dungeon master. And someone who stole my look and potentially might be trying to steal my job. Mr. Trevor Valle.
Hello. No, you stole my look.
Yeah, I mean,
did. Come on. Oh God, it's
he
good
sent
to
me
be back.
this. Yeah, we're very, very happy to have you back. Hopefully, see some more dinosaurs in action.
Definitely will be dinosaurs in action. Depends on which route they take, whether or not we will have sexy Velociraptor eating Velocilobster. Well, we may have Velociraptors eating the party, but also the Velocilobster and a whole bunch of other things.
We've had already a warning from Chris Hogan, who paid the $500 for the Velocilobster last time. Yeah. Today was his payday. There is a non-zero possibility of more Velocilobsters. We'll get to how you can make more Velocilobsters happen in a moment, but let's first meet our players. It is starting off with... I did not actually prepare an order, so let's see if I remember them all. Microbiologist and incredible cross-stitcher, Charlotte Roughton.
Hiya, it's good to be back again. I'm ready to die.
But Rathu must survive.
Rathu, I can die, just don't kill Rathu.
I think that's fair. I think that's...
It depends if somebody lays on him again. I don't know.
no more wild Chevy into T-Rexes.
No.
Or Rathu becomes the T-Rex.
Oh, all right. On that terrifying yet possibly confusing note, let's meet former T-Rex and normally paleozooarchaeologist. That's not right. Zooarchaeologist Liz Quinlan.
I will not stand for this slander. First of all, allegedly rolled onto everybody. No one witnessed it. Okay, everyone who did is dead. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here.
But are you though?
I'm thriving. I did a research presentation earlier in the day. Didn't faint. So now we're here. We're gonna try not to pass out. We're just gonna dissociate our way through this. It'll be.
Yeah, know what? I have played D&D games entirely dissociating the whole time, and then found out I betrayed my character's only friend. So
well, I rolled on some people.
Yeah. Sorry, Will. Once again. I'm excited to have you back. But I'm not sure how I feel about your third party member, given that I know, or at least can imagine, the sounds he's going to make. It is science communicator and museum employee. I really should have prepared on how to introduce you lot. I didn't think about it other than that Trevor stole my look. Please welcome Khalil Thirlaway.
Oh, hi there. I'm super hyped to gift the audience with some more lovely ASMR sounds from Slim the Slime Mold Robot. They're leveled up to level 7, and they are ready to taste the world.
What is level 7 ASMR going to be like, though?
But we never got the ASMR video from the first one. We've yet to make it, so we've been waiting for this. We'll do a supercut. It'll be up on YouTube. We'll have a lot of fun with it. For those of you who aren't aware, Khalil has also been playing the wonderful character Boomslang on our campaign, The Legend of the Flaming Heteros. No, it's not what it sounds like. He is always like this.
Heterosexuals?
They're not heterosexuals.
Oh, okay.
Not a single one of them.
No.
They're all heterochromatic as well.
Yes.
Eyes-wise.
Our new producer, whose name is also Sam, I just took one of the ones from the old Sam Battle Royale, is exactly the same as the previous one. If you can't tell by that comment. Wondering how they got into this mix, possibly in real life, but definitely in the D&D game. Please welcome the last of the party, the trans rights activist and scientist that is Alex Petrovnia.
Hello, everyone. I will point out that not everyone was crushed by the T-Rex. I miraculously perceived the danger before it happened and rolled to safety, as well as saving several others in his path.
Okay. Deal with sewer.
Sewer's on your list. You haven't crushed him yet.
Yet.
Yes.
Tonight we're going to discover Sarik has been
Sarik's the
in
psyop
league
the
with
whole time.
You've been in league with the Velocilobster since day one. No. Hopefully, if you're watching us from Twitch or Twitter, because we're no longer streaming to YouTube. So if your friends are confused as to where we are, we're here. We're just not over there. So tell them. Now, as always, I said we were raising money, and to raise the money, we will allow you to influence the game. This is mostly going to be up to Trevor's discretion, because I'm not going to tell him what to do. But if you pay enough money, maybe there'll be more Velocilobsters. We are raising money because it is Pride Month for the Women's Research Center and BGLTQ plus Student Center at the University of Central Oklahoma. We are also going to be giving a portion of the proceeds to the Transformations Project, which is Alex's charity. We're just trying to help the LGBTQ people in the world because, especially the US, it fucking sucks. So you can donate to our fundraiser. The link is currently on screen. We'll put it in the chat as well. It's our Ko-fi page, Science and Sorcery. And to motivate you, not only will you be able to influence what happens to these wonderful people, we will also be doing some giveaways. And this brings me to our merch. For every £250 we raise, we're going to be giving one lucky person a choice of objects from our Redbubble store. There are some beautiful designs there, such as our Science and Sorcery logo, made by Alex Holt. It's beautiful.
Woo.
Yes, cheer for me. Our Pride logo, oh, my light doesn't like that. I promise there's a Pride flag in there. We'll post some pictures of it on Twitter. And to confuse all your friends and yourself, the Legend of the Flaming Heteros logo. There is one.
Multiverse, the only way is up.
The only way is up. That is correct. We do have one other design up there at the moment, which is our ACAB design, which of course stands for All Capybaras Are Barbarians. Don't know what that's about. Go over and watch our campaign later. They're amazing. And we do have in the works a sexy Velocilobster design, which isn't finished yet, but hopefully we'll have it by the end of this month. So I will make sure that that gets tweeted out. But again, if you end up winning one of our giveaways, we're trying to raise £1,000 this month, so hopefully there will be 4 of them. But that is up to you. You'll get to pick a t-shirt, a hat, a tote bag,
A shower
mug.
curtain.
The shower, we're gonna start to stick to things below like £20, because once again, we don't have unlimited funds, which brings me to my last announcement, and then I'll let you get on with it. If you like this show, you want to show some support to us, not just to the charities. Once you have donated to the charity, you can support us on Patreon, or you can make a one-off donation to Ko-fi, just say in it, not for charity, use this for your giveaways, etc. Patreon.com/Science and Sorcery. You can get lots of nice bonus things, including some cross-stitch designs, which Charlotte made. There's the immovable rod, there's the Velocilobster, we have an illusion goose, and a very swole moth.
Maybe that'll be
Small
a
or
sexy
swole?
Velocilicious.
Swole.
You never know.
Again,
Now-
you don't know what I'm talking about. Make sure you watch all the other streams. They're fun.
I
And
wouldn't be adverse to a Velociraptor shower curtain personally, but
you can buy one. I'm just not going to give you one for free.
well, no, of course not. I'll buy one.
I'll make sure we have it up
Velociraptor
there.
is not decked out in full fishnets. That is just like
I will get in
complete
touch with
opportunity.
Tim. My friend Tim's making this design, but he is already
I'm telling
worried
you,
about my
you need to
mental
pass that
state.
on to Tim.
I can't even hang a shower curtain because I have one of those weird British like glass things, but I would still get
Same.
one.
Yeah, just a big
Alright.
old panel.
We'll make sure there's Velocilicious shower curtains.
Foster dog making her opinions known that she too would like a Velocilobster.
All right,
Maybe
I've
bandana.
written down. We'll sell at least 3 if we put these online. So you better keep your promise. Now, if that isn't enough of me asking you to give money to people, including myself, there is one other thing we would like to plug, which is wonderful DM Trevor Valle's GoFundMe. If you've got some money left, you can shoot him a bit to help with medical bills. We would really appreciate it.
Brain cancer sucks.
Yes. Yeah, I got nothing else to say to that. Brain cancer fucking sucks.
Me neither. Just like
Give him some
ta-da.
money. Healthcare in the US also sucks. Give him
Yes,
some
it
money if you
does.
have it.
Unlike those two things, Trevor rocks.
Exactly. We love Trevor. Trevor, send me a shirt. But yes, Trevor, I will let you handle how people's donations can influence things. You can set the boundaries for that. You can force Chris to pay more than $500 for a Velocilobster this time.
That's kind of fascinating. Let's say, all of you lovely people that want to donate to the Ko-Fi, coffee, whatever the hell that thing's
I
called.
don't know.
Yeah,
I
me
say
either.
I usually say Kofi, but that's because the former Secretary General of the UN was called Kofi Annan,
Yeah.
and it's spelled the same way.
That's where my brain goes.
Yeah.
But if you would like to help out science and sorcery and assist in the donations to these lovely charities, let's do something simple. Let's say for a $25 or pound donation, you can grant advantage, check this out, to any character for the remainder of the turn until their next turn, because they're gonna fucking need it. So for $25 or pounds, for example, if Slim, you want to donate for Slim to have advantage, they will have advantage on their turn and then all the way until the end of their next turn. So that includes reactions, their actions, bonus actions, things like that. Also, saving throws, of which there will be a lot. Let's see, and for 50, you can do a Deus Ex Dinosaura, where you will decide, do you want the current threat to leave, or do you want to crank up the possible chance of a TPK? That's a pretty good one. Now, if you want to be a baller, and you put down 100, that's when things get freaky. Let's call that absolute chaos. You donate 100 pounds or dollars, you will get to choose. Do we unleash an ungodly amount of horrors upon the party, or does some saving grace come and scoop them out at the very last minute? And of course, if you want to beat Chris, dump 500 and tell me, do you want another Velocilobster or a monster of your choice? Just give me a name and I'll fucking run with it and roll up stats real quick. So there we go. 25, 50, 100, or 500 plus. You can grant advantage. You can bring in a dinosaur. You can bring in a whole bunch of chaos and or save the party, or create something on the fly and really fuck with the DM.
And for every 250 pounds, you get a chance at a free T-shirt.
Right. See, there you go. It's even more.
We're like a bad late night TV ad. I love it. All right, everyone. I'm gonna really enjoy sitting behind the seats and watching you all die. Trevor, have fun torturing this lot, I guess. And I'll see you during the break.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see you again.
Can't say the same.
Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh. So, for those of you just joining us for part 2 without seeing part 1, here's a very brief recap. Sir Jean of House Harmond has hired this group because they were effectively the last group of adventurers and mercenaries in the town, because, strangely enough, everybody else that went on this mission died, went insane, or never came back, or all three. He bequeathed them, please travel to the island of Cretas, where I have my experimental zoological park. There, haven't heard anything from security. It seems most of the employees have fled or have died, and a few of them, a few of the strange animals they were dealing with had gotten out and were threatening, the facility itself and possibly coming to the mainland. Embarking on a majestic airship with a really quite lovely drink cart on it, they land at the Isle of Cretas to an abandoned facility. The welcome hall was empty. Gift shops, restaurants, closed, dark, and strange noises erupting from the park around them. Stepping through, bizarre creatures began to assault them. Large, armored, reptile-like animals with huge clubbed tails. Small and large, feathered, bipedal, bird-like evil things with sickle claws that jump on them and hold them down and start flapping as they try and eat their flesh while they're still alive. And some other interesting things, like large, frilled, horned animals. And the party was dealing with it rather well. Sarik decided to give the party some larger advantage and to reach the security building in order to reactivate the security wards. Decided to transform into a large 45-foot-long, 9-ton bipedal eating machine, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And racing through this area, they encountered a frilled horned animal, a Triceratops. In Sarik's immediate ability to understand animals, they thought this would be good to show a little bit of playful submission. They ended up rolling over most of the party, killing most of Jack's ratkin, and nearly TPKing the party. Thankfully, Sewer saw this happening and he bailed. Slim nearly having his fishbowl helm cracked and leaking out everywhere got away. And it was a very touch-and-go situation. And smartly, they fled toward the marine exhibits. It was that terrifying. Even dogs barked out in the distance and then grew quiet because the airship was coming to save them, until breaching the water, this huge black crustacean claw grips the airship. A second one comes up, begins crushing it. The crew is screaming in terror. The halfling pilot just completely panicking. The drink cart falling off into the water below, sadly. And erupting out of the marine enclosure, this large dromaeosaur head, reminiscent of the strange feathered animals that chase them. Gills flapping as it's drawing both, air from the water and from the atmosphere. These great teeth ripping and tearing this airship in twain. The Velocilobster had come. A horrific abomination, a fusing of dromaeosaur and crustacean, larger than you can imagine. The party looked quickly to their impending doom. But we pick up a few weeks later. The Velocilobster has taken over half of the isle as its territory, driving all the other animals out or feeding upon them. The party has fled back to near the entrance plaza. There is no communication off the island. No one has come to rescue them again. Perhaps they've just been written off. Supplies are running low. They are bordering on the edge of exhaustion. They have picked and scoured this entire food court for any sort of resources. But it's all gone. On the other side of the main building area, there's a smaller, more, I'd say, basic food court. There's kind of like a bar over there, and some really cheesy looking umbrellas. Occasionally what appears to be a strange stand with these sausages wrapped in corn batter. But there's also a horde of animals patrolling that area, driven away by the Velocilobster. My noble adventurers, the second part of your story begins here. What are you doing?
I would say Slim is probably conscious of the danger that they're all in, because they're a reasonably observant person, but also Slim doesn't really have like very strong emotional responses. So they're aware of the danger, but they're probably not scared per se, not starting to panic, but just kind of matter-of-factly being like, oh well, we appear to have run out of food, and we're not going to eat each other yet, are we? And for the viewers at home who may not have seen the first episode, I guess I should introduce the character. Slim is a mechanical body with a fishbowl for a head, and within that fishbowl is a petri dish full of slime mold, a sentient slime mold, which is a kind of like large amoeboid, golden yellow, globby creature. And that is what powers this body and powers the mind and forms the face when it wants to and forms fingers and stuff when it wants to. But for now, it's forming a nice little smiley face in the fishbowl, just because that's the only real face that they know.
Yeah, for those of you watching, please be prepared for the interesting noises that Slim will be. Yeah, exactly. It's Foley. Also, I forgot to mention, for those of you familiar with other actual plays that use virtual tabletops and all that, I don't do that. I am a theater of the mind because I want my players to envision the horrors and the terror that the party is going to go through. And if they have physical dice, I let them use them because why not? Fuck it. I trust them.
Well,
go ahead.
I could definitely say that Sarik is feeling a little bit concerned that everyone keeps drinking from her frog bucket, because I need to be submerged in water,
Isn't that
like
toxic?
1 hour a day.
Submerged yourself?
Yeah, y'all are gonna.
Did you just say we've all been drinking from the toxic bucket in front of the DM?
I only saw one of you do it, but I'm worried that it could like happen more.
Oh, look, dice are coming out already. Cool.
I feel like if anyone's going to drink from the poison bucket, it would probably be Jack. She's not very picky. She's probably currently upside down inside the nearest bin, just eating whatever's.
Is this the only water resource?
No,
I have my separate
Okay.
frog bucket.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can find water around. It has rained a couple times, so just like being mostly druids, you're doing rain catches and things like that.
I'm not like bathing in the local water. I have a frog bucket that it's collapsible. I can shake it out like one of those tents that pops up when like instantly and then just but I saw a shadow of someone hovering near it, and I'm a little concerned that you guys might start drinking it. So please don't drink my frog water.
Slim probably tried it, like tasted it just very briefly, because Slim's a very curious person, and they're always trying to kind of sample their environment. But they probably, tested it with a tendril and then realized through their kind of chemoreceptors that this was not for drinking, and kind of retracted it.
See, Jack doesn't know what a chemoreceptor even is. She's got to awkwardly wipe the water from her chin, wipe Rafu's chin, like shh.
Sewer is looking off in horror and brings it up to the party that I'm pretty sure Sarik said that was toxic.
Yeah, my skin does secrete some substances.
I thought it tasted funny.
I mean, luckily, I've also eaten a lot of substances in my lifetime.
Yeah, but I mean, grungs are known to be fairly toxic because the grung species are based on dendrobates, the very toxic dart frogs. So I am going to have you make a Constitution saving throw, Jack.
That is totally fair. There we go. 12.
Well, the DC on grung poison is 12. So you meet it or beat it, you're fine.
It's just extra protein at the end of the day.
Are toxins proteins? I don't think that's
true. Like, it's probably disgusting. Because anything that touches the water would have died, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah, Batracia toxin is not fun. It's a neurological.
So the bucket is full of like dead bugs floating on the surface.
There might be like
I thought that was just snacks.
It's like one of those really tiny dinosaurs on like the little ones, the little baby ones. There's one of those belly up in the frog bucket.
See, you use it as a bath and a base for a protein shake.
Exactly. Delicious.
Delicious smoothie.
That's just like, we're out of food, so I'm being resourceful.
Yeah. And I can eat my own toxins, so I'm good. You guys might need a little help in the food department.
I think Slim is doing the kind of the cop movie thing of like, separating the blinds and kind of peering through. Can you see?
Every once in a while it's clear, but then it's more like you hear it and feel it. Just like this rapid staccato of hoof-like feet or something large scraping against the building. It's busy, but not inescapable. You think if you wait for the right moment, you could probably make your way fairly simply from the small little supply room that you're all in, across through the main hall and into like another building that may have food. There's on a couple of recons. One of them does look promising. It appears to be some sort of kitschy bar that has like some prepackaged food that may not be all that good, but they absolutely have a kitchen. Strange like umbrellas and very colorful birds. It's an interesting looking place. You didn't catch the name of it or anything, but it's at least standing out, and it doesn't look like it's too busy with animal life over there. So that is one option. Would
you say that it's wasting away, and it might be?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
We've been here for like weeks, right?
About 3, yes.
Okay, so Sewer has been doing his best to like record the movements of the animals outside while we've been there, and to kind of get a sense of like at least like what might be out there and their schedules. Are they mostly like diurnal? Are they mostly nocturnal? Like, is there a clear arguably they would probably be most active at dawn and dusk? So is there a best time?
Give me a survival check.
Let me do a survival check. Let me remember how to do this.
If you're using the virtual dice,
I am, although it takes a million years to roll.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, so you just click where it says survival and the modifier to the right. If you just click that modifier box, it will automatically roll the dice and add it.
Super. It is rolling. Oh, sweet. I got a 21.
Holy shit. Okay, you are seriously doing your diligence on this. As a ranger, you're used to animals. You're used to figuring it out and finding what things, how things work in their environments. There are bursts of activity throughout the day. However, at dawn and dusk, there seems to be a little bit more as they're either coming into the area or leaving. It seems that many of the larger predators are staying on the periphery until something quite tasty is showing up. Then you do hear that almost crocodile-like bellow that Sarik made when they were polymorphed into their wild-shaped into the large tyrannosaur. And off in the distance, usually in the late afternoon to evening, is that bellowing, just titanic sound of dominance followed by grotesque clicking that can only be the Velocilobster.
Cool.
What time of day is it now?
Right now, well, that'll be really easy. I'll just roll a d12, and it will be a little past 10 in the morning.
So
Okay,
when was the T-Rex most active that we were hearing?
It was dawn and dusk, right?
Yeah, usually late afternoon toward dusk.
10
So
seems like
now
a good...
should be as good a time as any.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And through the parted blind, Slim sees like there's like pictures of drinks behind the bar and goes, Do you like pina coladas?
I would like to get caught in the rain though. We need more water.
Excellent. Right, should we pop out? I mean, we've been here for a while and we can't wait much longer. I don't think another airship's coming.
I agree. I'm happy to low to the ground sneak, or if Slim wants to ooze, or do we all just want to charge?
I mean, the next building, we're going to that bar thing, right? So
we're probably safer together.
Probably safest together and going...
Oh my!
We're so fucked.
So how are you all getting to the weird tropical bar across the main plaza?
I'm gonna rollerblade, double B-side backwards.
Skateboard, pink lemonade, Fleetwood Mac playing.
Fucking everything is fine.
Hey, wait! I said that jokingly, but could we actually go over the roof? Are there buildings connecting it?
Oh, there absolutely is. So the main hall is that the large building that you first came through that had all of the diagrams and everything that was pretty. And then it went into that thin hallway with the smaller animal enclosures and then opened up. Where you are, you could climb up onto the top of the main hall. And then there's a small connector that is it's just making a shaded area that does lead to the roof of the tropical looking establishment.
Sewer is saying, I think we could sneak up to the roof and potentially cross the roofs to get to the other building. And while we know some of these fly, not all of them do. So we can at least avoid some of them by doing that.
Yep. That makes sense. And if any come, we can try and make friends with them.
How tall are these buildings, do we think?
The one you're in is a single-story building, so to the roof, It's about 15 feet total.
Perfect.
The connector hallways are slightly shorter at around 10 feet. And the main hall, however, while it is just a single-story building, it is a vaulted-style hall. The roof is slanted, but you're pretty sure someone of average dexterity could get up it with no problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I got
as long as it isn't slick with rain or anything from the evening before.
Well, I have a 15-foot vertical leap.
If it had rained, has it rained the evening before?
No, it
Trevor?
hasn't. No, it has not.
Okay.
I was just trying to put the fear in you.
Successful.
I was like, we've been sitting here, so presumably we would know.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Up we pop.
Are we like climbing up to the roof?
Are we going up the outside, or can we access through the inside?
There is no roof access in this supply building. No.
So we're gonna go up,
Okay,
out,
so
and up.
we do have to go outside.
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
I'm just
I
gonna.
think sticking together as a group and trying to be as sneaky as possible would be the move. Sewer says, I need to have a more distinct voice for Sewer. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes, let's do that. I mean,
Would
we
it
don't want to draw
work-
too much attention to
Let us
ourselves.
What is everybody's
sneak as
relative?
best as we can and try to get up without drawing attention to ourselves, please. Sarif?
I will allow you. So it will
Being
be.
called out.
I know that Sarik, being a grung, can just leap to the top of the building without a problem.
That's what I was going to say.
However, Jack, Slim, and Sewer, are you attempting to get up quickly, or are you trying to go stealthy and safe?
I have a way that I can get up relatively easily. So
right.
like if you guys need to sort out kind of
I
something
also
between you
have
guys,
a-
because I'm not very
right.
dexterous, but I have a way of getting up.
Yeah, you have your
Lord,
floating
all
spell.
fours. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Sewer is going to go carefully and stealthily and strongly recommends that Jack do the same, but he might be ignored as he usually is in this party.
Do you have
I
any
feel like
magic?
Jack would have already scampered off with the other two rats.
Okay, good. Sewer's
anyone
going
have
to
any-
follow as quickly as he can manage.
Does anybody
Does
have
anyone
a
have
rope?
any magic that can help us stay hidden?
Let's
That is
see.
a good question.
There are spells such as Pass Without a Trace.
I was going to say something that can
I
help us
have passed without trace.
Hey,
Yay!
Nice.
that will add
Okay.
plus 10 to stealth rolls.
Amazing.
Nice.
Okay, I'll do that then.
And I believe it lasts for an hour, but you are going to be concentrating it.
So Jack and Sewer, how are you planning on getting up? Do you need assistance? Like, if I jump up and pass a rope down to you, would that be helpful?
That would be helpful. Yeah.
Do we have a rope is the real question.
Do you have a rope? I am pretty sure Sewer has a rope. Let me go to his
Sewer has a
inventory.
Let me check.
I mean,
I do.
you
I have a
were
50-foot
given
rope.
a lot of general supplies.
Yeah, I
have
dumped
a
half of
50-foot
those.
rope.
Oh,
I'm only a little guy, okay?
right, valid.
Ooh,
I am a
ooh.
3-foot grung and I have a 50-foot rope.
Yeah.
I also have a potion of
Congratulations.
climbing. Can I use that?
I'm sorry?
I also have a potion of climbing. Can I use that?
You can absolutely use that.
Amazing.
So if you use the potion of climbing, you can do the stealth roll, but I will not have you make a any sort of agility check because you're just like
Okay.
so.
Can I get out a Oh, sorry. You're rolling.
I got an 18 for my stealth.
So are you casting Pass Without a Trace as well?
If I can.
Oh yeah,
It
you
would
absolutely
It would help
can.
all of
Yeah,
us.
I think
Yeah.
it would help Sewer.
Because it
Thank you.
grants a plus 10 to stealth rolls to any ally within 30 feet.
Yeah, definitely. I'll cast that then.
Cool. So that would be a 28 for you.
Amazing. I'm so stealthy.
You have gone
Blink
fully
and you'll miss
invisible,
me.
actually.
Like you're
and then
you're looking around, you're like, okay, Sarit's heading up, Slim's gonna do. Where the fuck did Jack go? Gone.
I'm just gonna assume Sewer or someone passed me a rope so that I will spring up.
Yeah, I'll give you the rope.
And I have my little sticky hands that I land perfectly to a little bow, and then drop the rope down too. So
Can
Slim
somebody
holds up a sign saying
besides
10.
Tariq also hold the rope? Because I'm pretty sure Sewer weighs like twice as much as you.
Tie it off.
I mean, there is that. Yeah.
You can tie a knot.
Okay.
Just
super,
trying to climb
super.
and I go flying.
Thank you, Slim. Sewer is gonna climb the rope as like quickly as he can.
Okay.
What do I need to roll?
That will be a let's do either a that'll be an athletics check.
Damn, I
well,
was hoping
are
it
you
would
doing
be
it quickly
acrobatics.
and strong, or quickly and semi-dexterous?
Quickly and semi-dexterous, preferably.
Okay, then just basically just give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, thank you. That's kind. Oh, this dice is rolling
Can
so
I
slowly.
cast resistance on Saur as he climbs up?
What will your resistance do, Slim?
Resistance is a cantrip that gives you just plus a D4 on your next saving throw.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's not a
Oh,
problem.
well, I just rolled a 20, so...
Oh, amazing.
Okay, nope, then you're... Yeah. So you...
I'm good. Thank you. He's pretty dexterous.
It's like when someone's trying to climb something and you go to like give them a boost, but like their butt is moving faster than your hands.
Yes. You
like,
like
I
went
help.
to help out, but Sewer's like standing next to you, and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?"
And
everything seems well braced. Going up is rather quickly. It's pretty simple. So we've got 3 people on the roof. Slim.
So Slim, having kind of tried and failed to help Saur, is gonna get a little can of magical WD-40, fantasy WD-40, and from behind their neck, this kind of telescoping metal pole comes out, click, 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 and flump, these 3 rotor blades come out, and he gives it a little of fantasy WD-40. Other brands of oil are available, and but he's hoping that the WD-40 has made the sound of the rotor blades a little bit quieter, and he's going to kind of hover up to the roof. So they are going to hover up to the roof.
Inspector Slim.
I love that coloration of the propeller helm. That is just so great.
Well,
On the
Jack
roof.
cast that spell that makes us all more stealthy, so hopefully that will help.
Yeah.
So on the roof, you're looking around. You can't see over the main hall, but in your area, only off in the distance, something is moving, but it's maybe 200-300 meters away. You just see some of the bamboo moving on the edge of the plaza. The connector roof is stable. Climbing up the main hall, even on its slant, is pretty easy. But as you reach the apex, everyone except Jack, please make a stealth roll. And remember, whatever that roll is, will be having a +10.
Lovely. That's going to be a 27 from Slim.
Okay.
Okay, I know we just did this. How do I do this stuff wrong?
No worries. On your character sheet, the little box to the right of stealth under skills, that would be the long column on the main one.
Yes.
Yeah, just click the box with the modifier to the right.
Okay.
So Slim has a 27.
Oops, sorry.
Sewer.
With the +10, I just rolled a 35.
Okay.
So I have vanished from this plane of existence.
Yeah.
Swar's playing in another game.
Yeah, I'm off the island. I escaped.
Swar appears in Legending of the Flaming Heteros.
Yeah. So like there's a paranoia game going on somewhere else on Twitch, and it's like, hi everybody. Whoa.
Blessedly free.
So it's like, oh
experience.
thank God.
As you were fading from any recognizable optical sensor that anything has, like you even see Jack, and they look at you, and Jack, you're seeing Sewer just like do that weird predator thing.
It's like that meme.
And I look at him.
Becomes more and more transparent.
It's the 2 Spider-Man.
And I look at him.
So very carefully, you creep over the apex, and you're lucky you did do it very carefully.
I rolled a 22, by the way.
Oh, a 20? Is that including your plus 10?
No, a 22, including the +10.
I mean, the degree of difficulty with this I was giving was a 18. You're all fine.
Wow. Amazing.
So creeping down on the other side of the main hall and slowly across that connector shaded I don't know, how would you just like, it's kind of like a connected pagoda. And up to the roof of this tropical theme bar, you look out, and maybe only 200 or 300 feet away, resting, its eyes closed, is a animal that looks a lot like the Tyrannosaur that Sarik wild shaped into, except it's slightly smaller, has a few ridges on its head. And
sorry, I was hoping the reclassification would come into this since we last played.
With as even the large reptile, or technically theropod, that Sarik wild shaped into had very small arms. This creature's arms are even smaller, almost vestigial at this point, and it is just resting in a small, ray of sunshine. There is an access hatch on the roof of this building.
So this dinosaur is resting on the roof or next to the building?
It's in the plaza,
Okay,
just like a couple hundred feet away.
Okay, so it's outside of the building.
Correct.
So we just got to be like super quiet
Mm-hmm.
going
need to
into Margaritaville.
Well, you actually see the sign now, and it is Tommy Buffett's Daiquiri Town.
Tommy Buffet's Daiquiri.
Tommy Buffet's Daiquiri Town.
I've always wanted to go.
And it's and you notice now that instead of like a very colorful bird, it's actually one of the feathered, the small feathered dinosaurs that you encountered before, except with a smile, and on that large sickle claw, it's holding a cocktail glass. It's just like,
I would buy a shirt of that. I would buy this shirt in a heartbeat.
That is amazing. So we're stealthily creeping across the connector between the main hall and
you're on the roof
Daiquiri
of
Town.
Daiquiri Town.
We're on the
and
roof of
there
Daiquiri
is an
Town.
access hatch on the roof to go into the building.
I give the hinges a spray of Fantasy WD-40.
Good work.
Again, a recoloring of an oil flask. Brilliant.
All right.
Do you?
Who's gonna open the
Wait, are we
hatch?
ready to go in?
I'm ready.
I guess. Should we even be having a conversation right now?
Probably.
Yeah, Slim. Good work.
The hatch opens, and there's just like a very small partial ladder. And looking in, you see that it's off in the corner of a fairly large room. As you're kind of looking around, it's hard to see, but it looks like there's like a separate bar area. Maybe like there are some there. Looks like fake leather booths where people can sit in. It's incredibly gaudy. And as you all slowly make your way down the ladder, it's a drop, but I won't hold you to anything horrible. You notice that near the bar is a like this metal humanoid statue wearing a straw hat, a very decorative tropical shirt, and it's just kind of like motioning toward the bar.
Is the straw hat metal or is the straw hat
straw? No, the straw hat's straw and a tropical shirt.
Right.
Chris, your character sees this ragtag group of people slowly descending into the room from the access.
I was like, who's Chris?
And you're just kind of you're still in alert mode, but they're moving into your restaurant. Can you give me an insight check? See if you can figure out their intentions.
Well,
by the way, for those watching, Chris donated for the Velocilobster, and we decided to bring him in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All this
I tried to
chaos
kill
is
you
because
all,
of
and it
him.
turned out to be suicide.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So I'm over here just taking a century's rest, and I'm just trying to get some goddamn sleep, and I hear these squelching sounds. They must be some bad people because I just can't get it. Oh, there it is. Insight looks like 15.
Okay. They're moving silently, but they don't necessarily have a like we're going to like burn the place to the ground kind of thing. It looks like they're a little thin. Maybe they're looking for food. They're looking around warily because, as you know, the large Carnotaur is resting outside, and hopefully they're not going to make enough noise to wake it up.
Well, I'm kind of disappointed that they don't want to burn a place to the ground. I mean, we're not even union here, so I don't get paid for shit, but... Hi, everybody. Welcome to Tommy Buffet's whatever. Can I interest you in a drink?
Oh,
I actually have one that I've made. It's OJ cranberry juice. It's basically like a fruity punch with alcohol. I like to call it Amplexus on the beach.
Sandy.
Okay.
Is everybody else seeing this person?
Everybody
Or am
sees.
I
Yeah.
I'm hallucinating from hunger?
So Slim was fully about to go and like nick this person's hat. So realizing that it's a person and not a statue is Slim is kind of luckily doesn't really have many facial expressions, so can't look surprised, but is feeling it.
Before we drop down, Sewer attached the rope to the ladder.
Okay, yeah,
is what I was
easy.
going to say earlier. So we can go back up out the hatch, although we will need to climb a rope to do so.
Yeah, if the scary robot bartender decides to attempt to kill you all, you do have a route of escape.
I mean, presumably there's also a door. But
yeah, there's a front door there's kind of like a front opening. There are security shutters that have come down to separate the inside and outside dining areas, but there is a door that leads outside to within about 100 to 200 feet of the massive sleeping dinosaur.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sewer is afraid to reject this guy's hospitality, so he, kind of, I'll do my little hunch for him because he's just like this all the time. He's just got so much anxiety. Good God.
So, I didn't catch your name. Are you Tommy Buffet?
Oh no, my name is Fomelhout. I'll be your barbarian tender today.
Sorry, what was that name?
Fomelhout.
Homelhout?
Fomelhout.
Formalhout. Oh, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Slim.
And extends. So Slim doesn't have hands. Their wrists end in just like flat plate with 5 little holes in, and out from one of their wrists comes this kind of 5 tendrils of golden yellow goo, offering like a handshake to Fomelhout.
I guess that squelching sound was you chewing with your mouth open. Good to meet you.
I don't have a mouth.
Oh.
It just looks like one.
Oh. And their smiley face kind of goes.
Well, from a halt, I would shake your hand, but that would poison you, so I won't.
Well,
Sewer will shake your hand. He kind of edges up and he goes, "Thank you so much for welcoming us to your establishment."
Yeah, I also offer you a handshake. Don't mind the 2 rats dangling off the arm. They don't bite as long as you're nice to them.
So, Fomelhout, it's very nice to meet you. My fleshy comrades here are, as you can probably see, in need of a little bit of maintenance. Do you have any food?
Well, we actually do have some meat products that have been wrapped in cornmeal.
Ooh, I've never tried one of those.
They put it on a stick and they walk around. The meat bags are really weird creatures around here. They eat the strangest things.
I love that about them, though, because then I get to try all a little bit of everything, and obviously I don't really need that much nutrient from it, but it's nice to sample the chemical makeup.
I guess I wouldn't know. I'm entirely mechanical. I don't
Wow.
require any of that.
Wow.
I generally loop myself up with WD-40, but JB-80 is twice as good.
I only have. Do you want this? It's not the good stuff. It's only Fantasy WD-40. But will it do for now?
I really don't need any of that. I'm anywhere between 20 to 30% chromium and titanium, so I actually don't rust.
Oh wow, nice. We'll talk about this later. I'd love to talk shop.
Speaking of talk shop, so you have corn dogs. Do you have any vegetables?
Is meat a vegetable?
Oh.
I don't require sustenance. I am but an automaton, so I don't know.
Are there pina coladas?
Oh sure, yeah, peanuts here. We have jars of peanuts here.
Oh, that'll do.
I was looking for a pina colada.
I don't know if we have any peanuts in our larder. Probably.
Oh, because this is daiquiri town.
Oh yeah.
So pina coladas are probably off the menu.
I'll just pull out some bottles from under the bar and just start mixing some stuff together. Like, oh, hey, look, it's fun colors. Try this.
Ooh.
And Slim extends like several of their tendrils into several of the different colored drinks just to kind of experience a whole mix of taste sensations all in one go.
Well, while this is going on... Oops, sorry.
No, you're fine. You went first.
I was going to say, while Slim is becoming one with the beverages, I think we can, at least for now, trust this Fomalhaut fellow. So I'm just going to... sorry, I just saw a rat butt right behind Jack.
Yeah, the rat's woken up, by the way, so they might come in and out of frame. Very, very in character.
Love it. So I think I want to kind of poke around to see, because clearly this Fomalhaut doesn't actually know what food items are. So I would like to poke around and see if there are any kind of dry goods or anything. Look at that, 30% nutsack. Look at that little rat.
They're getting chopped off soon. He's gonna have to make the most of them.
Sari, give me a survival check. Or no,
we're looking around for food.
Yeah, make it an investigation. Yeah.
Slim is the one that's going to need a survival check because I'm just lining up shot glasses. Like I haven't broke up a bar fight in months.
Well, that's
this guy wasted. Like,
this is an important question. Like, can Slim become intoxicated?
We're about to find out.
I don't know about alcohol, but slime molds are incredibly toxically sensitive to caffeine. So as long as there's no like coffee liqueurs in there, they should be okay.
Espresso martinis coming right up from Fomalhaut.
Sarik, you're looking around and
I have 2 brain cells and they're both not working today.
Yeah, just the amount of...
You're hangry.
Yeah, you're very much hangry. There's something really strange going on with this animated, this automaton statue wearing a tiki shirt, a straw hat, pouring drinks. Slim is putting fingers in each one. Fingers. This is a surreal moment. But the strange thing is, the main reason why you start to look around and you're not sure is because there's this very loud, grating, rubbing noise on the side of the building.
Okay.
This kind of Sewer, you would kind of recognize it, and most of the party would in this case. You know how bears scratch their backs on trees?
Mm.
This sounds like something very large rubbing up against the building, possibly to scratch itself, maybe leaving some sort of mark or territory. But it is loud, and whatever it is snuffling rather large and loudly. and there is an answering from the plaza out front.
Wow,
That sounds like
they're
somebody's
about to have
making
some-
sexy noises.
Sounds like they're about to have some amplexus on the beach.
Yeah.
Slim's kind of slime mold kind of head thing forms into the smiley face, but facing the rest of the party, and they hold up a spare finger kind of in front of where the mouth kind of looks like it is near the back diagonal, and they go shh. But in like the when a drunk person, your drunk friend is shushing you, and it's like shh.
We got to be quiet.
Yeah, Slim, can you give me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Gladly.
This gentleman's fishbowl is about full right now.
That's a big 8.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
He's 8 up.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have cast resistance on myself.
No. And as Sam pointed out to the chat, the comments, and the stream, ethanol does kill slime molds. So, as you're doing that and you're saying shush, you are beginning to feel rather uncomfortable. And until I say so, you are effectively under the poisoned condition. Poisoned isn't fun. When a character is poisoned, you have disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks.
I guess I could say this isn't the first time I've poisoned a customer, but this is the first time I genuinely feel bad about it. Would you like another?
You have helped enough.
What?
I guess
I'm
maybe I
gonna
should
need a
cut him
second.
off.
I'm gonna need a second.
I'm just gonna sit down here, and Slim just goes.
The
Alrighty.
bellowing has become less of a positive sound and more of a, oh, that is a threatening territorial noise.
Oh, no one likes us on the beach.
And it is answered by this chuffing, like, as you see a shadow of one of those very large tank-like animals that had the club tail, except this one is covered in these curving spikes.
Nice.
And the Carnotaur is standing, and they are beginning to square off.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
So, what is the building like made of?
I mean, it looks like it's very sturdy.
That's good. Okay.
But, if you give me just like a perception check,
Sure.
Yeah.
If I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Super. I'm just trying to determine the likelihood that, well, I mean, the thing could swing its tail and probably get through the wall.
maybe.
Well, maybe we should go a bit further inside the building. I mean, you lot still need to find something to eat.
I just rolled a 20 at perception, so tell me about this building.
You're looking around,
That's a good
and
eye.
yeah, there's like a good, there's a good solid pillar in the front, and then there's just this open gap with some sort of like barred security shutter, and there's a very flimsy door, and the walls. It looks like it's large and safe and probably will withstand a 50 or 60 mile an hour wind. But there is like a little bit of dust raining down when these large animals are making noise. Yeah, 1 or 2 hits, the building's probably coming down.
Great.
So we should maybe get out of the building before it collapses, maybe.
That would be a good idea.
Or maybe.
But you lot need snacks.
How goes Sarik? Did you
I'll
find
take
any
the
food?
peanuts.
I rolled a 2, so
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
the
Are
peanuts
the
that
corn dogs
Fomalhaut
rancid,
gave
or
us.
can we take those? Because, like, have they been... I'm assuming there's no electricity to keep them refrigerated.
Oh no,
No.
we haven't had electricity here for some time now.
Yeah, so the corn dogs are inedible, I'm assuming. There are peanuts, which is good. Peanuts are probably viable.
Yeah.
I can recommend chunky
Stuart is
gum
gonna
water.
also look around if I can do an investigation.
Sure.
Can I, as Sora is about to walk around, kind of poof, drunkenly, an arm poof, extends, and this one tendril, but it's not going directly towards Sora. It's just kind of weaving. And I'm going to cast guidance, so you get an extra D4 on that check.
Right on.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Slim.
I can
It's
help
fine.
as well. As an
Oh,
employee here, I know exactly where all the booze is and where all the best places to hide from your boss are. So if you need any of that, just let me know.
Fomalhaut, is there like a walk-in freezer here?
Sure.
But
That
wouldn't it
sounds
be
like a
frozen?
good place to hide. Or die.
Oh,
Um,
I have no idea
So-
how making stuff up.
I rolled with Slim's assistance. I rolled a 22 of investigation. My rolls have been really good. I'm due for some bad luck, honestly.
You're looking around and you realize, okay, this is a bar. So like a tavern, they'll have all the alcohol here. But there is a pair of very weak wooden doors on a two-way hinge, and just popping your head in, it's like a food station. You notice there's breads and other dry consumables. There's easily some, enough decent dry food. You see there's jerky, there's breadcrumbs. You could probably make about a week's worth of rations from everything that's here, which is lucky because all the other employees fled or died, and the only employee left doesn't eat, drink, or breathe.
But makes a mean cocktail.
Yes.
Cool.
Great. So we've got food.
Everyone, we've got food
Next
over
priority, those things out there.
here. Yes.
Let's see. Now it's time to look at people's passive perception. That's not
It's
good.
always very comforting when a
That's
DM
not
says
good.
that.
That's
Not at all
good.
terrifying.
That's real bad.
Yep. We'll just wait for our doom. The likelihood that this doesn't end in a total party kill is low. Let's just be honest with ourselves.
But now we've got a barbarian keeper.
Oh, this is true. This is true. Fomalhaut might live.
Jack, there's movement on the roof.
Uh-oh.
You can just hear something scrabbling.
Oh. Guys, my rat senses are tingling. There's something
Did we leave
above
the door
us.
open?
Did someone leave the door open?
Yeah.
Someone could maybe go check it out.
Yeah, I'm having a lie down
Not you,
here.
Slim. Not you. You just stay put, buddy.
I can go tree frog my way up the wall and like peek out of the hole we entered in.
That
And
might be a good idea. We can maybe try to see what's going on.
because I have sticky
Maybe.
pads on the fingers, so
Yeah.
that way I'm like kind of out of eye shot, but still like
Like when
And
the
Pass
frogs
Without
go
Trace
super
should still be
flat inside
active.
Pipes.
yeah,
Yeah.
pass without trace too. So
Is absolutely still active.
yeah,
So, give me a quick stealth roll.
stealthy stealth. It's gonna be a 17 plus 10, so a 27.
27. That's cool.
I'm just invisible. And I stick my head out, and what do I see?
Oh my. Yeah, you feel like you're pretty damn invisible. I can't believe I fucking rolled that.
Rough, you started to eat me.
So Wait, what was your total score? 27?
27.
Ah, fuck. Okay.
I love when a DM says that.
I got a crit, but it only leads to a 26. Damn. So you slowly peek your head out, and there's 6 or 7. It's hard to count because, like, the hatch is open, blocking some of your vision. Of those smaller 2 or 3 foot tall, 4 or 5 foot long feathered creatures that attacked you before. And they're very slowly creeping toward the edge of the building. And one of them just kind of goes and looks your way, and you duck down. And it just...
Guys, it's not.
What do you see?
There's a shit fuck ton of the little feather bastards.
Let me go make friends with them. I can make friends with them.
No, Slim, not the time for scritches, Slim.
We're best
Shit,
friends.
fuck town. I don't understand. I'm American, so I don't understand the metric system. What's a shit fuck ton in washing machines?
Come on.
There's like at least 8.
Oh. Yeah, that's a metric shit fuck ton.
Slim, you be quiet.
So, we're gonna...
But we'll halt you too.
I guess we gotta just prepare as best as we can.
As you say that, there is a titanic crash against the side of the building. The security fencing bursts in. That large spiked tank-like dinosaur coming in on its side. There is this massive sound as the larger bipedal one has slammed into it, but from the front, so the spikes aren't really acting too much of a defense. And it is a full-on brawl. And as the Nodosaur, the spiked one, starts to get up, it looks into the building, sees all of you, and gutturally cries out as an alarm.
I will gutturally cry out in return.
Cool. So
I'm a barbarian tender. You don't mess with the barbarian tender in my bar, all right?
So we're just approaching about 2 hours and 15 minutes, or an hour and 15 minutes. So
it's associated another hour.
Yeah, I'm just like, whoa! I screw up British Standard Time and fucking Pacific Time all the time. It's just like, was it starting at 10 or 11? I don't remember. But we're almost an hour and a half in. So before we get into this massive protracted battle, and before I have everybody roll initiative, because Fulmhalt, the barbarian tender, just yelled back. And Sarik, you're starting to hear the clicks and the growls coming through the hole in the roof. So we're going to go ahead and take our break. And when we come back, we are all doing those 3 words that the parties always hate to hear. Roll for initiative.
Nope.
It's
time.
be fine.
Good duck.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us right now. We're going to take a small, quick biohydrate. If you need to refill drinks for any reason, go ahead and do it. And we'll catch you back in about, 5, 10, something like that.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Time to have a quick panic attack. Bye.
Yep. Quick panic attacks, everybody.
Panic
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great time watching our show tonight. This is just a very quick shout out for one of our great friends, the Tabletop Titties, the weekly queer and feminist TTRPG livestream team who are back for their 3rd season and it's running right now. And they're once again going to be streaming both Dungeons & Dragons and Vampire the Masquerade. They're live Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific with all new characters, exploring an all-new premise, Escaping Tesora, which follows a group of friends who are sucked into a high fantasy escape room, having to fight their way out with the help of their newly acquired avatar bodies, equipped with powerful new skills. This show will explore themes of self-discovery, knockoff pop culture references, chosen family, intrigue, and queer culture. And then, Wednesdays at 8:30 p.m. Pacific, Titties by Night returns with its second season, and the stakes have never been higher. With the recent release of Bram Stoker's Dracula, the city of London is bound to panic over the alleged existence of vampires. Will the investigators of the occult and unusual be able to hold back the wave of fear, or will they break under the pressure? Good thing they'll have two new kindred joining the coterie. Catch the streams live at twitch.tv/tabletop-titties. Or you can catch up with video on demand at www.youtube.com/tabletop-titties.
All right.
Right. As we left, the large, spiky tank-like animal, the Nodosaur, has been charged and pushed and thrown through the outdoor seating area, through that security barrier, which was extremely flimsy, into part of the restaurant bar. The large, ridged Carnotaurus outside is bellowing loudly in defiance. The Nodosaur, seeing it, quickly just calls out this deep, throaty, what seems like an alarm call. And there's a bunch of scrabbling on the roof since Fomalhaut yelled in response to the Nodosaur. And at this point, it's the...
I called out with my own deep throaty alarm call as well.
Okay, so like my best imagining of this is that you're an automaton, right? I just imagine you like unhinge your jaw and like a horn just comes out and you just blast that at the Nodosaur.
Yeah, like an air horn.
Yeah, exactly.
This is how I break up bar fights, kids. One bar, okay?
This is the horrible time that it's time to roll initiative. So, yeah, remember you may have an initiative modifier on your character sheet. It would be right next to your armor class, which will also be very important to know.
And it says that I have advantage on initiative, so should I just click it twice?
No, it'll automatically do it.
Oh, it automatically does it?
Yep.
I am gutted that I have disadvantage from being poisoned because I rolled a 19 and a 3. So that's a 3 for Slim.
I rolled a 13.
It's a 5 for Sarik.
23.
Oh, wow.
15 over here.
So, 25 to 20, I had Jack at... what was your initiative? 23?
Yeah.
Okay. 23. Fomalhaut, did you say 21?
It said 15.
Oh, so it rolled twice, so it should show 2.
When I click on the initiative, it just does it once.
Oh, fascinating. Well, I'm seeing 3 there, and the highest one's 21, so we'll go ahead and take that.
Okay. Yeah, I just did it again. That's why you're seeing 3.
Sweet. Okay, that's 25 to 20. How about 22-15? Oh, okay. 15 to 10.
I have 13.
Okay.
I have 14.
Ooh. Okay, cool.
It's armor class, right?
No, it's initiative.
Just kidding. I have 5.
Okay. So, yeah, 10 to 5. Tariq has 5. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
There's only 5 party members. I have 4 of them. Slim, what's your initiative?
Slim's drunk, okay?
Yeah.
Slim is Slim kind of sits up a little bit and goes, "Oh, that doesn't look good," and gets a 3. I rolled like I said, I rolled a 19 and a 3, but disadvantage because I'm drunk.
Okay, let's see.
We're all at a disadvantage when we're drunk.
Let's see where the critters show up. Oh my. Okay. They're there.
They rolled ones, right?
Pardon?
They all rolled ones, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Let's just choose to believe that. We can make it true.
Yeah. Sure they did. Yeah. All right. Jack. Top of the round. Top of the round. You are at a 23, so you are going first.
Okay.
The Nodosaur that crashed through the wall is right around 40 feet from you. The Carnotaur is on the outside, and the scrabbling noises from the access hatch are 10 feet up, but only 20 feet away.
Okay. I kind of want to go and deal with the big guy first.
Okay.
Now, I can't do a mighty scream like Fomalhaut did, but for reasons, Jack does speak Bissell, so I'm going to shout, "It is on!" in Abyssal, which I imagine would sound like... And then I'm going to wild shape into a giant constrictor snake.
Holy shit.
Engage with the big guy.
Cool. The big spiky dude?
Yeah, the big
Nodosaur?
spiky dude. Yes,
Cool.
that one.
All right.
I did think you just said you speak Bissell, like the vacuum cleaning brand.
It sounds
I imagine trying to learn how to speak Bissell would really suck.
I was raised by a...
Oh, nice!
The worst.
Oh no, not advantage to the...
No, why?
Why did you pass up a free cross stitch?
My t-shirt is seeming more and more relevant.
Yes. Yes.
I'm glad we went some theme here.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty quick to get within range, and wild shape is a bonus action. So go ahead and engage the Nodosaur.
Okay, awesome. Do I have time to also attack it?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, because wild shape's just a bonus action. You have an action,
Amazing.
a bonus action, and a reaction if necessary.
Okay, I'm gonna try and constrict it in that case.
Okay.
So, okay, it's a plus. Oh, that's not very good. So that's a 9 in total with the +6.
Okay. You slither forward, closing the distance pretty rapidly, and you wait. It's beginning to get up. It's doing its alarm call. And as you go to leap forward, get those fangs in and begin to wrap, the whole thing is covered in spikes. So you aim for like one of the softer parts of the neck, and as you go in, it just sees you out of the corner of its eye, turns slightly and angles its body. And you pull back. You're just like, nope, that will be a mouth full of spikes. This is a bad thing. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I don't think so. I don't think there's anything else I could really do.
Okay. Then that means it's the Velociraptor pack's turn, because they rolled a 22. Sarik, the last time you saw them, they were scrabbling up there. And then one by one, a very strange sight. You see one head kind of peek in, and it goes, and one by one, they fall through the access hatch, but they put out their weird little winged arms and just float fairly deftly and land on the ground, just one after another. And so there's 5 of you. You're all kind of clustered.
5 velociraptors in a trench coat?
No, there's 7 of them.
Oh, 7 in a trench coat.
Yeah. So, okay. They notice that Slim is acting a bit odd. And they immediately go to swarm.
Hello.
Oh, sweet. You don't have to be fast to get away from him. You just have to be faster than Slim.
Yeah, right now, exactly. Oh boy. So,
you like another one, Slim?
yeah, time to get rolling here. Okay, so the first one.
My AC is 18.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be. All right. Well,
I think you have advantage from Chaotic Brain Person's donation.
Did they give me advantage?
Yeah, because they're evil.
Yep.
We love you,
Apparently,
but
they used a random number generator, so he's forgiven.
Oh. Okay. I do have enough d20s to do this.
why am I honest? Why didn't I just shut up?
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have to back up a little. I don't have a lot.
Wait,
of
they're
room on this
all
table.
going for me.
They are all going for you.
What?
They are
That's
swarming you
scritches.
Oh shit!
Bad scritches.
because
Bad.
something doesn't smell right. You're kind of moving, and they're just coming after you. What it was is I rolled a die, and yours came up, and you're in the back of the group, kind of doing that. So they're just like, "Look, target."
Easy prey.
All right, so okay, that won't. So 4, your AC is 18. 4 hit. Oh boy. So well, it's not that bad. So it's 4d6 plus 24 damage. Yeah. And of course, 7, 10, 14, 22. And I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Wait, so that's 22 plus 24.
No, 22 damage total.
Oh, good.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Bye, Slim.
Yeah. No, I doubled their bonus when I shouldn't have. So yeah,
Okay, cool. So it's 22 damage.
22 damage total, and you need
Okay.
to make a DC 15 strength saving throw.
Well, Slim is not weak, but not strong. They rolled a 19.
Good. So your movement is currently 0, and they are clinging to you. 4 of them have latched into your armor, are trying to sink those sickle claws in to better perch, and they're flapping, trying to force you prone.
But I kind of look like I'm at the Met Gala. Just like,
Yeah,
got a
exactly.
Really
Yeah, you're just
cool outfit.
Yeah. But
Cool.
luckily you're standing still. Oh,
Right.
wait.
Oh, it's a saving throw though. Do I get
It's a saving throw. That's, yep.
I think it's just ability checks and attacks, right?
Yeah, or it doesn't specify. Yeah, saves are not ability checks. At least not in my opinion, and not for right now. So yeah, you're good. So yeah, all of them. Slim is being swarmed by these small feathered creatures. Fomahal, you're up.
So has Slim been knocked prone, or is he still standing?
He is still standing, but it's actually hard to see him. There's 3 of them at his feet trying to find an opening, and 4 of them are just latched onto him, flapping their small wings, trying to force him down as their teeth are beginning to clack at him.
And how far away is Slim from me right now?
Oh, like 10 feet.
Like 10 feet?
They came down in the middle of all of you.
And we were just drinking, together. So
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so he's my buddy. So he's my drinking buddy. So nobody does this to my drinking buddy. So I take my serving tray and I tip all the drinks off it, and that's actually my shield. And so I jump, and I'll jump towards Slim, and I'll land on whatever one is closest to Slim, because I am 500 pounds of scrap metal, and when I land on you, you're gonna know it.
Yep.
And so, do I count that as like an attack?
I would. That would be I do it as an unarmed strike.
Okay,
Because you are leaping over and trying to come down on them.
sure. And so, what should I do for an unarmed strike? I see unarmed strike melee attack. Should I click that?
You click the modifier to the right of it.
Oh yeah, I like that, because the modifier to the right is a +8, so that means 20.
Oh, you come right down on top of one and just smashing into it. One of the ones at his feet. You just come down, shield on, wham! It's looking pretty hurt because you just do a straight base 6 points of damage to it. and it's just like the
Is
other
that-
ones are kind of looking at you both as a target and terrified.
Is that one knocked prone and or considered like pinned or grappled?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, with a 1, it is absolutely knocked prone.
Sweet.
Without
How angry is Formal Holt that his friends are being attacked?
Well, you know what? It's been a while since I've seen a fellow Warforged. See, you know what? I'm going to do a bonus action, and I'm just going to rage right now.
Right on. And you do have a second attack.
And I have a second attack. And
Yep.
let's see. So, since that one is knocked prone, I'm not worried about it right now. But since I have my shield deployed, I can't use my maul because that's a two-hand weapon. So I guess I'm just going to punch whatever one is closest to me.
Okay.
And I'll do, let's see, unarmed strike again. I only got a 3, but plus 8 is 11. Do I get a bonus when I'm raging?
No.
Not for the attack.
Yeah, on a rage, you gain advantage on strength checks and saving throws. You gain a bonus piece of damage, and you're resistant to a whole bunch of different slashing damage. I think slashing, piercing, and bludgeon, which is good.
Also, for future reference, I think a barbarian you can choose to attack recklessly before you attack. Which
I
means
was
you get
just
advantage
going to
for
say
everyone.
I forgot to say reckless attack, but I forgot to say it, so I didn't do it. So I'm not.
No
I
worries.
wanted to, but I forgot to say it.
So that's your 2 attacks plus your bonus action to rage, and you've moved in, and you're currently laying on top of a Velociraptor buried under its shield.
Thank you.
Not bad. Now it's the Carnotaur's turn. They rolled a 15. It is going to attempt to. Yeah, it's attacking the Nodosaur. It has no idea that you're. I'm getting advantage on attacks against my own shit. That's
It cuts both ways.
Okay, that's
The DM has just become the snake that's eating its own tail.
yeah, that's really bad. Okay. Let's see. That's that plus all of this. 10, 14, 24, 36. Okay. The Carnotaur, the large bipedal one outside, notices that the Nodosaur is currently angled, trying to defend itself from something inside. Biting it is a little out of its range, so it turns quickly and slams its tail into the slightly unprotected underside and smashes it into the building further. And I need the giant constrictor snake to make a dexterity saving throw. Because a very large, heavy, spiky beast is being thrown right at you.
And that was an 18.
That's good. You just slink out of the way as it is knocked on its side, pushed a good 10 feet further into the room. So it's only about 20 feet away from the party right now. And it is trying to get back up onto its feet. Its right legs were just taken out from under it, and it collapsed in a very large. Yeah, it's not happy. Then the no, it will not take the it's not going to bite. So, and that's it. So we come to Sewer with a 13 in the order.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding Fomoho and Slim's characters right. You guys are, your exterior at least is pretty much made of metal and glass, right?
Oh, I'm entirely steel.
Yeah.
So you're entirely metal, but Slim isn't like
my body is
flammable necessarily.
no my body is not made. No, it's not made of like wood or anything like that. It's made of a material that's kind of a bit like It feels like bone or ivory. It's hard
Okay,
to tell
very
where
cool.
it comes from, but it's that kind of texture.
But
Well,
it's
if you
not-
do want to tell the difference between bone and ivory, you can do a number of things, including PXRF, portable X-ray spectrometry, and does anybody have one of those?
Also, doesn't ivory has like growth
there's the
lines on it,
cycle.
where bone doesn't have so much.
Yeah, it does, and then also you can use zooms, zoarchaeology or zoology by mass spectrometry to differentiate between species, and it can also help with ivory identification.
Excuse me, I know that there are a number of things we could do to Slim's body, but not in my bar.
It's painless. You just have to be dead already.
Oh, well then go ahead.
Give me 2 turns, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so how many velociraptors are currently attached to Slim?
4.
Still 4? Okay.
There's
Great.
4 on him, 2 at his feet, and you just see kind of like a leg and a tail out from underneath Fomalhalt's shield.
Okay.
And they're
super.
just kind of like twitching.
I'm gonna aim for whichever one is like most central to the pack.
There is a slightly larger one with a little bit brighter coloration. That's
Oh, not like metaphorically, like who's in the middle of the group?
Oh, that would be the one that is on Slim's back that would be
Yeah,
facing.
I
the
will
right.
aim for that one, and I am going to shoot a firebolt for 2d10.
Cool.
And then next turn, I'm hopefully going to do control flames and make a giant fireball that will engulf all of the velociraptors, but we will
And
see.
Slim. Cool.
And Slim, which is why I checked if he was flammable.
Right. That's a good
We're
call.
Sewer is fairly confident he's not flammable.
I'm not flammable. I'm not fireproof.
Yes. Sewer has decided to take that risk right now.
The risk we took was calculated, but bad. Are we good at math?
All right. Then, I
You might
Damn.
not here today, but that's a risk.
Bad are we, damn it, Matt.
Damn, are we bad?
So yeah,
Bad are we good at math?
give me a ranged spell attack against the Velociraptor.
Where do I find?
Should be to the right of the firebolt.
Oh,
Should
the
be-
hit DC might be.
Oh,
Yeah, where it says hit/DC, press that number.
Need
Yeah.
to roll that one first. I rolled the damage counter first.
Oh,
by
no
accident.
worries. All good.
It is thinking so painfully slowly.
What
While
you
I'm
need
just,
is a slime
watching
mold
Slim,
computer.
like twitch on the ground. All right, I got an 8.
Okay, their armor class is significantly higher than that.
Alright.
So you launch that firebolt, and Slim he's not really able to move, but they're flapping, trying to force him down. So he's bobbing and weaving, and they're trying to scrabble more and more. And it just misses the one on his shoulder, completely missing the one on his back, and just singes the glass bowl a little and goes off and bursts against the wall. And there's like a couple really cheesy posters over there. The frames are beginning to just lick on fire slightly. Doesn't look like it's too concerning right now.
Okay.
Anything else? You have a bonus action and movement.
I do have a bonus action and movement, and that was just a cantrip. So does that mean I can cast something else or no?
If you have a bonus action spell, you can absolutely cast it.
Is there an easy way to tell if it's a bonus action spell?
Yeah. So in your spell list, 1A means it takes one action. 1BA,
Okay.
like Hunter's Mark, for example, takes a bonus action.
Oh, sweet. I should have done Hunter's Mark first. Will Hunter's Mark last until the next turn if I cast that?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it lasts a minute.
Yes.
It added.
No, it's actually a
lasts-
concentration spell that lasts for an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. So I will cast Hunter's Mark
Cool. On what?
on that same Velociraptor.
Okay, the mid-pack one. Cool.
Yeah.
Are you moving at all, or just kind of hanging where you are?
I will run away from the Nodosaur that is like crashing through the entirety of the location we are in. Okay.
That's not a problem. It's a large enough room. You can get probably you can space out to be about 25 feet from everything. 30
Okay,
if you
let's
really
do that.
push it toward the front door.
All right. Yes, I will then run and do that also, and that should end my turn.
Cool. That was Sewer at 13. Next up is the Nodosaur at a 9. Nodosaur is panicked. Nodosaur is getting up, using half of its movement to stagger up. The Carnotaur is outside, not an immediate threat, but there's this very large snake that tried to engulf it, and it's not happy. So it looks at the snake and suddenly spins incredibly fast, and it's bringing its tail to bear. Let's see here. Does a 21 hit a giant constrictor snake?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. That is 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And after that, oh no, you have to. You're a snake. Yeah, no, you're not immune to prone. So can you please? No. It's large size or smaller. Giant constrictor snakes are huge, so never mind.
Yay.
It
So this
slams
snake is taking
into
up
you.
This snake
I'm
is
sorry?
taking up a big portion of like the room if it's huge, right?
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
massive
Yeah.
snake.
It's massive. Like, this is now an entanglement of Nodosaur and snake. Because of that, oh no, it can't. Damn it. Yeah, it can't do a body slam. So it's going to attempt to take another tail swing at you. And the tail isn't a club like the other one. It actually ends in a series of spikes. So it's trying to take them immediately back at you because it can't use one of its attacks because you're larger than large. So, oh yeah, that's absolutely going to hit. And I'm sorry, this is going to hurt really bad. Yeah.
Just got smacked by a Sagamore.
4. Yeah. This is 5, 15.
I mean, who needs hit points anyway? They were just weighing you down.
21. 26
Okay.
points of damage. And yeah, you are very entangled with basically a spiky Volkswagen bug. And it's not happy, and it is still making that calling noise as it's attacking you. That's the end of its turn because it used half its movement, and it's like, screw this big snake. Sarik, our
Yes.
little grung friend.
Little friend. Can I get can I get a sit rep on like where everyone is physically
Sure.
around me?
You were up on
On the wall.
up on the ladder in the wall. You came down after peeking through the access, so you're over in the corner.
Okay.
You're probably
That's me in the corner.
right.
Sorry.
You're about 10 feet away from the Pachyraptor and Slim. Sorry.
Yeah.
And which puts you at about 30 feet from the chaos of the spiky snake ball.
Okay. And is there another dinosaur
Outside,
outside? Okay. Can I see it?
you can see its feet.
Okay, so that counts as seeing it.
Yes.
It
It would effectively have half cover, but we'll ignore that.
It's fine. I think because I am very concerned, I can see there are varying degrees of success happening here with the fight that everybody else is having. There's some are doing better than others, But instead of weighing in on those just yet, I think what I'm going to do is try and head off the problem that's going to become a bigger problem with the outside one. And I'd like to cast Stinking Cloud on it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
a
that
Sarik
cloud.
found her
That's a-
brain cells. Okay.
baller move.
That should cover both of the big ones.
Yeah, so Stinking Cloud's range is 90 feet, so you can cast it up to 90 feet away. So
Or
casting it,
20 radius.
yeah, it's the one outside is only about 50 feet away from you at this point, and it creates a basically a 20-foot sickening cloud. Yeah. And you're aiming it at the big one or the big one and the big one inside?
The big one, because I don't want to get the big one inside because it's wrapped up in someone else, right?
Cool. I think.
Wait, who's it wrapped up in?
Me.
It's wrapped up
Okay,
in Jack.
Because if it was wrapped up in Slim, I was going to allow it just because Slim's already poisoned. So, but I don't want to poison you anymore. So
We don't need to see a giant snake vomit.
No.
No. Just we'll go for the big one.
Okay. And yeah, that will be 20-foot radius sphere, and it is not taller than 20 feet. So, yeah, even if you're putting it on its legs, it's enveloping, because you do see it's beginning to lean down to see what happened to the Notosaur inside. I think I have to make a Constitution saving throw, and that sucks. That really sucks. So, okay, you cast, and this strange like cloud begins to form at its feet, and you're tying into your natural toxins of being a grung, and just as part of the spell you're just smearing that penetration toxin off and throwing it into the spell, and this noxious yellow-green eruption of clouds just at the feet of the Carnotaur. As it looks down into the room, it engulfs its face. Is there anything else you would like to do? You do have a bonus action.
Yeah. Can I don't know what I have for bonus actions.
You can cast a cantrip.
Yeah.
Or
Healing spell.
I don't have any. I'm not that smart. Whoa! Sorry, the foster dog knocked the microphone into my face. Again.
Let's just send the dog after the Notosaur.
There you go.
I would. She's terrifying.
I'll volunteer.
But she is incognito, cannot appear in the stream. Shout out to Dogs Trust, everyone. Support Dogs Trust Freedom Project. Okay, after that, my cantrip. I think I will wait a double. What the fuck? Just a minute.
On D, if you go to actions and there's a mini menu and you can press bonus action, it'll show you everything you can do as a bonus action.
Ah, excellent.
You should have like a couple cantrips.
Yes, bonus actions. Here we go.
If you're using two melee weapons with the light
I think
feature,
I'm just
you can
gonna
stab.
magic stone. So I got 3 little friends.
Cool.
Aha.
That's good, because
I just rolled a 20.
So casting magic stone imbues the stone.
Yeah.
As part of an action, you can throw it, hand it to somebody, and they can throw it.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
I think you can throw it up to 60 feet, and it smacks kind of hardcore.
I think you get a few of them as well, right?
You get 3.
3.
You pick up 3 stones and you got them. So I'm just gonna pick up 3 stones and.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of rubble in the room right now because of the collapsing.
I'd like a giant hunk of concrete to be one of my magic stones. Weighs almost as much as me.
I think it specifies pebbles, but for the sake of it,
listen.
Yeah, we'll go that route when the time comes.
There's 2 pebbles and a hunk of concrete.
You don't throw it very hard, but it's really heavy.
Yeah. So I will do magic stone as my cantrip.
Cool.
And that's my turn. I think I'm just gonna hang where I am because I'm like far enough away from shit, but I can also like see what's happening.
Right on. Slim, you have 4 velociraptors on you. They're trying to force you to the ground. You're not feeling good.
Yeah. So Slim's never been drunk before. And they're actually, for the first time in their life, feeling a little flirty. And so they're gonna say, my species has over 700 sexes, distributed on all different parts of the genome. Anyone fancy a dance? And I'm going to use my channel divinity, charm animals and plants. So every beast or plant creature within 30 feet of me that I can see needs to do a DC 14 wisdom save or be charmed by me. And while it is charmed by me, it is friendly to me and other creatures I designate. So I'm going to say, come and hang out with me and my friends.
30 feet.
I guess
Does that include all of us?
I think you broke.
That's what I mean. So all beasts, so all animals, like the dinosaurs, have to try not to be charmed by me. And then if they are charmed, then they're friendly to all of us.
Yeah. And you can.
But what if I was already charmed by you, Khalil?
I mean, I have been called a beast before, so.
Right?
How much am I willing to? Let me
put up with us.
You are what you eat. Weird. I don't remember eating a sexy beast.
You retain your alignment, personality, and intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores. Okay, so actually, Slim, I just want you to make. No, fuck it. It'll be fine. I'm trying to figure out, will the giant constrictor snake also be charmed? But no, since it is technically a character, it does have a beast tag, but you know it's an ally.
But also, even if I was flirting with the giant snake, if it was charmed, it would go from being my friend to being my friend.
Right. So, okay, that is 7 velociraptors and a nodosaur. Okay.
Walk
Back
into
to
a bar.
the trench coat.
Walk into a bar. Yes.
That is, and it's a wisdom saving throw.
DC 14 wisdom.
Oh, this is gonna suck. Yeah.
What? Not all these philosopher velociraptors.
Yeah, they're velociraptors.
Velociraptors.
Okay. Ooh. All right. Not bad. The nodosaur saves. 1, and your DC was 15?
14.
14. Oh, okay. In that case. 1,
Yeah.
2,
I didn't invest in wisdom when I leveled up.
3, 4 of them. So the nodosaur and 4. There are 3 velociraptors that are charmed.
Cool. And how many of those are the ones on me?
Well, let's find out. There's 4 on you. 3 of the 4 on you are charmed.
Great. Realizing that my first ever foray into flirting didn't go super well, I'm just going to kind of stand very still and try not to make eye contact with any of them, which is great because I don't actually have eyes. And so with my bonus action, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself. So anyone trying to attack me has to succeed in a wisdom save or not attack me.
Okay. That's fun. Damn it. Right. So you're staying still.
What are sewer?
There's already a clown named Sewer here. Let's
Sorry.
be real.
Sewer
Clowns are from the other campaign. They're
Yes, I'm aware.
they're a common pest in the sewers of the interdimensional city.
Is that all you're doing, Slim?
Well, I can't move because I'm covered in raptors. I'd use my action to flirt and my bonus action to be awkward.
Yep. Cool. All right, and we come back to the top of the order to Snake Jack. Or Jack Snake.
Okay, Snake Jack is not
Squeezy
happy.
Jack.
Squeezy Jack. So yeah, Snake Jack's not super happy about being spiked by the dinosaur. You know, I've still got 2 remaining rat babies to look after and provide for. So, you know, I'm feeling pretty, you know, mummy rat protective. So I'm going to attempt to constrict it again. Now, I did note in the comments that apparently someone donated and they wanted to support Jack. So does that mean I get advantage on my attack rolls?
Yes, you do.
Yes, amazing. Thank you.
So that means that all of your you have advantage on attack and ability checks until the end of your next turn.
Okay, I'll take that. That's amazing.
So this turn and next turn, you have, the gods have blessed you. The gods of Twitch have come down and go, Jack, you need help.
Okay, well that first roll was pretty crap. Let's see what the second one is. If it's any better. Okay, that's more promising. So that's a 15 in total, if that hits.
Just misses.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
My
you
babies.
You're getting wrapped up in this thing, but you just don't. You're trying to maneuver around these massive shoulder spikes, and it's freaking out because large predator animal outside, a bunch of weird things inside, and there's a snake on it. It's panicking. It's moving just a little too much that you can actually get a lockdown on it.
That's unfortunate.
You missed it by 1.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, which sucks. I'm sorry.
It's the way of the dice.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's really anything I can do in terms of bonus actions unless you're feeling very nice and would give me a poison spray as a bonus action.
You specified constrictor, not venomous snake.
Oh.
You could just like squeeze me and that sprays
something. Just grab Sarik and go.
Bring him out like a spider.
I just like ooze.
Could I not vomit up the grung juice that I drank earlier?
When you wild shape, does stomach contents transfer?
I don't actually know that.
That's a really good question.
I mean, yeah, that is weird. I mean, damage transfers, so why not?
Yeah.
And so you're not moving? You're staying engaged with it?
Just vomiting.
I'm going to stay engaged. I mean, can I vomit as a bonus action?
Vomiting would technically be a free action, but it won't really do anything, to be fair.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like, it's that weird snake, like, bleh. Yeah,
And everybody else
it doesn't really project. It just kind of. I mean, look, it's better than Sarik. You know, when frogs and toads vomit, they actually evert their stomach, dig through it for the offending item, and then swallow it back down.
Oh,
so just be thankful you're not doing that.
That's what I do with my brain sometimes. Just like, it's called therapy.
Right.
So if it's the end of your turn, that means at initiative point 22, it is the Velociraptors. 4 of them are, well, one of them is still looking quite angry, attached to Slim's chest. The two, one of the ones at its feet is still nipping as the other one is looking up at him, kind of quizzically and somewhat expectantly. And there is one that is currently scrabbling underneath Fomalhalt's shield. That one will attempt to get out first, but nope, it botched that saving throw. So, nope, still pinned. It's not going to do anything. The one on you, though, will continue to attack. Actually, the one at your feet and the one. So, if they're trying to attack you, they have disadvantage.
No, they need to roll a DC 14 Wisdom save.
Okay.
Let me just check
the ones that failed, or the ones that are charmed.
So the ones that didn't get charmed.
Yeah.
Because of Sanctuary, if they want to attack me, they have to roll a DC 14 Wisdom save or target someone else.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry for my help.
Yeah, it may happen.
Bring it on.
That's what barbarian tenders are for, right?
Neither of them made that wisdom save. So the one on your chest immediately hops down. It's confused at what its other pack members are doing. Yeah, They are immediately turning on Fomalhaut because it is he is pinning one of the others. So
Have
they
you
are
met my angry metal friend?
so they are both moving
like
in
me when I'm
to
angry.
attack. Since you're on the ground, you're not. I won't rule you prone though. You're just kind of holding this thing down. Yeah, they are going to make all 3 attacks on you.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Bridges.
6. So the first one. Oh, okay. That would be a 12, an 18, and a 26. Do any of those hit?
The 26 hits.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just the bite. So that's not that bad. That's 9 points of piercing reduced to 4 or 5. Round up. So because you're raging. And then the second guy, does a 21 hit?
No.
Fuck. All right. One of them manages to bite you. And they're just scraping off of the metal that you're made of. One of them just finds a small chink into the inner lining of weave and a little bit of just what is muscle and just takes a very small bite out of it, but you're already swelling and raging and going nuts. So yeah, and the other ones slide off Slim and are pooling around his feet, just looking up at him expectantly. And that brings us to Fomalhaut.
Oh,
You have
goody.
2 Velociraptors around you and 1 under your shield.
Is dropping my shield and pulling out my maul considered an action?
I'll give it to you for a free action.
All right. I'll pull my arm out of my shield and pull out my maul. That way I can use my 2-hand weapon.
Cool.
And I get 2 attacks because I'm raging.
Uh-huh. Now, the one that is prone, you will automatically get advantage on. The other ones, you can attack recklessly if you'd like.
I would like to attack recklessly.
Cool. Which ones are you attacking?
Not the one that's prone.
Not the one that's prone. Okay.
There's 2 that are not prone, correct?
Correct.
I will just attack whatever one is closest to me recklessly and
Okay.
rolling. And I rolled a 19, which makes a 27. And
Okay.
since it's a reckless, I get to roll twice just to see if I crit, and I did not.
Cool. What is your damage with the maul?
That would be a 2d6 plus 5, and we've got a 10.
Plus an additional 2 because you're raging.
Yes, so that was 12.
Cool. Yeah, 12. That hurts really, really bad. You just take this maul and slam it down on one of them, the one that bit you. It backed off, and it looks like it's getting ready to leap, and you're like, nope. And it is looking very screwed up. Its tail is bent at an unnatural angle. It's getting up as you pull the maul out of the floor. One of its legs is bleeding heavily. It's chirping in pain. How about your next attack?
I will, for my next attack, I will target the other one.
Okay.
And for this attack, I'm not trying to do damage. I'm trying to knock it out.
Oh, okay.
And so, first roll is a 21, and I get, well, it doesn't matter, I guess. So 21 to hit.
21 hits. We'll use this as unconsciousing damage.
11 damage plus, what was it? Plus 2
Plus
more
2.
because I'm raging. So 13.
Woof.
To try to knock it out.
Yeah, you just swing cleanly and right into its head. I am going to give it nope. So you were well over half of its hit points. And you just you wait for it. It looks at its damaged one, turns back up to you, opens its mouth, and you're just nope. and you knock it about 5 feet, clean out cold. It's just laying there doing that sleepy snoring. That it is just completely out cold.
Doing the crappie flops.
Yep.
Never heard a dinosaur with sleep apnea before.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's a man who's broken up a fair few bar fights in his time.
Yes.
Right?
Okay,
that
was your action, bonus action, and movement if necessary.
That move needed the TikTok righteous hand of God sound. Just Fomalhaut comes up. I am the righteous hand of God.
So I clobbered one and I knocked out a different one and I'm still standing on one. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I've used all my actions, bonus actions, attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I have movement left?
You do have movement left.
I'm just going to sit down on the one that I'm already pinning.
Okay. Cool.
I'm 500 pounds of scrap metal. I'm just going to...
Yeah, let me... It stops moving.
Sweet.
You just kind of wham! And yeah, it's not moving. There's a very slight squeak.
Oh,
and
sweet. I booty
currently
bumped
not
it to
moving.
death.
And
Is
if
the squeak from the Velociraptor or from a rat?
It's less of a squeak from the lungs of an animal and more of a squeak of wet flesh on metal.
Like a broken
compressed.
dog toy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that. Yeah, it's not happy. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. So that's the end of Fomalhaut. It's the Carnotaur's time. The Carnotaur failed its roll. So the stinking cloud has overwhelmed it, and it starts making that billowing noise, that buffeted like, and you see it just vomit outside, and it's trying to back up out of the cloud.
Good luck.
And I'm going to see which way it's going. Okay. Yeah, it starts backing up away from the crowd. You lose away from the cloud. You lose its feet and its head as it's just making these horrific noises, gagging and choking. So yeah, it is backing off, and that's all it's doing. So Sewer, you have hunters marked the one of the velociraptors, and it is currently attempting to eat your new bartender barbarian friend.
Yeah, but it's not like succeeding.
No, it's looking really fucking hurt.
Like I'm really
hurt.
I think he's got the situation handled for the most
Yeah.
part. Can you not? Sorry, I will show her obligatory cap showing.
Baby.
And then I will heal her.
Got both angles, the front and the side of
For
the
a second there,
Yeah,
I thought you had
thank you.
some cotton candy.
I thought you were gonna like cock her like a shotgun. It was just like
Air balls coming out.
She'd probably tolerate that, to be honest.
She does a great
fine
job.
with it anyway. Okay, so I kind of think that Fomalhaut has like the Velociraptor situation under control.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really more concerned with the Nodosaur right now,
Okay.
but I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can hit it without murdering Jack, and I'm really not sure there is.
I mean, I haven't successfully constricted it yet, so...
Right.
But you're like wrapped all around it.
Kind of like the snake was attempting to wrap, and then it didn't work. So it's you're fairly certain you can hit it without too much trouble.
How close to dying is Slim? Although I guess not close to dying anymore because like they're all leaving you alone.
Yeah, and also, I mean, without wanting to put too fine a number on it, I'm looking less. I'm more not fucked up than I am fucked up.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's real good. Cool. Because I have like a bunch
It's gonna
of
change.
I guess I will cast a 3rd level magic missile at this Nodosaur.
Oh my. Oh, okay. That will be 3, 4. Yeah, so roll 5d4 plus 5, please.
Hopefully this will actually do something to it.
Yeah, when you've been rolling badly, magic missiles are always the best one because you automatically hit.
Automatically hits.
Well, I've got that, or I can try to set it on fire, but it's like way less flammable because it's not feathered.
Right.
And the magic missile is a safe bet.
It is.
Thanks. I know it's lame. Okay, I got a 2. I'm so sorry. This is gonna take a hot second.
That's okay. Yes, on some things, D&D Beyond rolls slowly. You may be able to speed it up if you turn off virtual dice, but I'm not entirely sure how to do that. To be fair, yeah, I don't know.
All right, that one was a 5.
Okay, so 7.
There's 2 of them.
Oh, my poor computer is like
The tension
I know,
is killing me.
I'm so sorry.
I know, the Velociraptors are killing me, but the tension is
completely
helping.
unnecessary tension. All right, that's a 3. That's a 4. Sorry.
So 11.
1d4 tension damage right now. Like,
right?
I mean, the entire cast is taking psychic damage right now.
Oh my god. I'm taking psychic damage watching this.
Okay,
as excruciating as it is to hear about it, seeing it is worse. A 3. Oh my god, how many more times do I have to do this?
One more.
Okay,
I don't know, but I got a pee, so you better hurry it up.
Okay, we got to club together and get Alex some dice.
I have some. They're just downstairs, and I was running out of time to go grab them.
You could probably go downstairs, go grab your dice, go get yourself a college education, come back and wait, and it'd still be rolling.
All right. Where'd it go?
It was a 5, I think.
Okay. It literally didn't show up on my screen.
Oh, wow.
Well, that
It
last
showed
one
up
was
for
a 5.
me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. It's a 5, I believe you.
Max damage, baby.
Yep. Cool. So 5.
All right. So we'll hit it for some. That's good.
Okay. Yeah. No. That does. Yeah. That does some. It reacts very poorly to this because it's trying to deal with a snake. The Carnotaur is doing something disturbing outside. It's not sure what's going on. They're not smart. And now just these 5 little motes of light just go do 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 do, and it's freaking out at
That's
this
how
point.
I do my magic missile.
I thought that was the breakdown to In the Air.
That was your perfect.
So bonus action and/or movement.
Oh god, bonus action and/or movement. I'm not really near anything that's going on.
Okay.
Like I'm out of range, I think, ish. I guess going forward, I'll just recast Hunter's Mark onto the Nodosaur.
Oh yeah, that's simple. You just move it to the Nodosaur.
Cool. I will just
Right
move that to the Nodosaur, and then I will, I guess, kind of get back against the wall, away from the Nodosaur, because I am concerned.
Probably a good idea. At the end of your turn, you were at 13. Nodosaur's at 9. Nodosaur does not like snake. Nodosaur also does not like being poked by weird magics.
Don't say weird magics to me, witch.
Yeah. So
You good?
what is it going to do? This does not like the snake. The snake is doing something
Feeling
weird.
is neutral.
I'm gonna give it a nope. It totally failed that. It is beginning to panic. It is running away from the snake.
Said the
The,
combination
you
panic
can-
run away from Snake.
Yeah,
Can I get like an opportunity attack on it?
you absolutely can make an opportunity attack.
Yes, amazing. Well, I'm going to try and grab it again to constrict. I'm like, you're not going anywhere. Get back here. And I'll roll that and see if it actually hits this time. Oh,
You do have
failed.
advantage.
It's 9.
Yeah, you still have advantage.
Oh, so I can. Okay, I'll re-roll it then.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 15.
Still 1 away. Armor class
One
is
of these
16
days,
on it.
Jack will actually hit a thing.
We're gonna need some support from the chat, man.
Okay,
Right?
now... All right.
We're living, we're thriving right now, honestly.
We haven't even met the Velocilobster yet.
No.
I will
Yeah.
remind everyone, I am at perfect hit points at the moment, so I can save you all if necessary.
Sewer is too.
I won't, but I could.
What was the DC on that sanctuary, Slim?
14.
Okay. The Nodosaur panicked at the snake, panicked at the Carnotaur, seeing a bunch of other smaller things, decides that the smaller things are better targets to at least reduce the amount, and it's trying to get away from everything. So it is doing one of its abilities, the Trampling Charge.
Cool.
I need Slim, Fomalhaut, and Sewer to all make strength saving throws. Slim, your strength saving throw will be at disadvantage, and Fomalhaut's will be at advantage because they're currently raging.
Mine will be at disadvantage, even though it's a saving throw.
You're
So
poisoned.
raging man.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh wait, no, it's an ability. It's not an ability check, so you're not at disadvantage.
You know
My
what?
mistake.
It doesn't matter either way. I rolled a 3.
Does not help.
And I need to roll all the Velociraptors too. So, oh dear God.
I had so many fun plans for this character.
Sewer, what'd you get?
I got a 15.
Okay, Fomalhaut.
24.
All right,
Okay.
Sewer and Fomalhaut, you yeah, you're both fine. You see this coming and you scatter. The Velociraptors and Slim, it tramples into you and smashes through you. You are shoved 10 feet away from it and knocked prone. And you take 7, 8, 11, 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Cool. Fine. Good. Yeah, all fine.
The Velociraptors are smeared. They're all just...
Everything is fine.
Man, took away all my fun. I wanted to smear them raptors.
As it turns after the charge, it will use a bonus action to slam its tail down onto Slim.
Oh, you
Oh, Slim!
And you are currently prone, so it has advantage. I don't think a 14 hits you.
No, my armor class is 18.
You watch it, you're dazed, you've been thrown around in that fishbowl, and you kind of pivot as it's coming down, go, "Ah!" and roll out of the way. It is going into a frenzy.
I feel like I did
Drunk
the
guy in a-
healthy drunken ragdoll thing, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like the drunk guy in a car accident. Just go limp. It won't hurt as much.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sarik, there's now an incredibly large dinosaur 10 feet away from you. It's in the middle of your party. It's frenzying. It's freaking out. What are you doing?
Okay. First of all, does anybody require a pebble in these trying times? Can I just like give one to someone is not an action, or does that count as an action?
That'll be a free action. You
Okay.
can just kind of toss them.
Anyone who's
Just like
cautious.
here.
Anyone
I'll catch one with
have
my tail.
I'll give you little pebble. I'll keep the chunk in reserve.
You're the Oprah of pebbles.
Yeah.
Give me the biggest
Someone
one
take a
you've
magic
got.
rock. Someone take a
Give
magic
me the
rock.
biggest one you've got.
Yeah, here. So okay. So my 3 magic stones are doled out.
Okay.
They are off. I don't know who ended up with what. Great. So I would like to square up and hunker down and cast Moonbeam at the charging, raging thing.
Whoa. Oh, okay.
And I'll do it at a level 4 spell slot.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. So you're dropping a 4th level moonbeam down on top of this thing.
Death Star laser.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. It is technically entering the spell's area for the first time on its turn, so it has to make a Constitution saving throw. Oh dear God. And at 4th level, it's okay.
Is that going to hit me and Slim? Like, we need to put on, like, SPF 1000?
No, because it's only a 5-foot radius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's centered on a huge sized animal.
Oh, perfect.
So out of, strangely, the small amount of sunlight coming through the access hatch that the velociraptors drop down through, instead of just being like this warm, kind of like golden yellow, it suddenly turns cooler, icy, more white, and centers in the middle of this raging huge beast. Please roll 4d10 points of damage because it miserably failed its Constitution saving throw.
That'll be at 22.
Yeah. Okay, it just burns into it. It is bellowing. Yeah, that's oh, it's hurt. It is seriously hurt because it got clubbed by the Carnotaur, thrown down. It's been magic missiled. Now the moonbeam is burning into it. Yeah, it is unhappy. Slim.
Remember when we were not supposed to hurt the animals at the beginning of this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's all
Now
out
we
the window
just-
now.
Now we just need to survive.
Yeah, now it's just survive.
I've 2 DM questions.
Sure.
First of all, how does it smell?
Really
smells.
bad.
Not like
roasting
barbecue.
meat.
No, because it's barbecue requires like smoke and flame. This is like radiant damage. The skin is just kind of blistering and melting.
Like, okay, yeah, gotcha.
It's gonna make a
Second
really
question.
insensitive joke, but yes.
Second question. There is no velociraptors left whatsoever.
Oh no.
They're all pate. And the
Yes.
Carnotaur seems to be vomiting away.
You don't see the Carnotaur right now. You can hear it,
Great.
and it still sounds like something's going on.
Okay. In which case, I'm going to use my action to drop a 2nd level cure wounds on myself.
Okay.
Which seems prudent. Oh, well, no. What I'm first going to do, actually, is I'm going to use my bonus action.
Oh, I never did a bonus action. Okay, whatever. No, we moved
Oh.
on.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. We moved on.
Oh, sorry.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
I mean, can I? Let's see. Up to 100. No, I don't want to do that because that'll kill somebody.
I mean,
You're
that
thinking these
moonbeam
things
was a
now.
lot.
We've learned from our mistakes.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
moonbeam is a lot.
yeah. Each
You can do more magic stones.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna. Can I just chuck a cantrip, a thunderclap at the retching, Carnotaur outside?
No, because Thunderclap has only a small range. I think it's like 5 or 10 feet.
Yeah, it's up
Also,
to.
I think it's an action as well.
No, I have it as a cantrip.
Yeah, but cantrips can be an action or a bonus action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thunderclap is a action cantrip, not a bonus action.
Damn it. Okay, never mind. I do nothing.
Bonus actions would be Magic Stone or you're a druid. You'd have Shillelagh.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. No.
No
Go
worries.
forth. Sorry, Slim.
No worries. Remembering the last big fight that they got into a few weeks ago, Slim is gonna summon the Goonicorn, which for the uninitiated is the spirit totem of the unicorn. But instead of spirit, with Slim, it is a kind of a collection of this kind of this kind of like tendrily mass of slime mold. So it oozes out of him and collects some comrades from the ground. And it forms into a kind of vaguely unicorn, kind of like gooey, marshmallowy looking creature. And so that means that within 30 feet around the Goonicorn, anyone gets advantage on ability checks made to detect anything, and also if I heal anyone, they get an extra 2 hit points. And having done that, I'm going to use my action to dump a level 2 cure wounds into myself.
Nice.
Which will be 2d8 plus 5 with the extra from the Goonicorn.
Yes.
That's going to be 14 points of healing.
Not bad.
Sorry to use all my stuff on myself, but I am not looking as good as I was.
We're in a precarious, slimy situation.
Yeah.
And I'm still drunk.
Right?
So I'm in melee range of the large herbivore, right?
You're 10 feet away from it.
I mean its reach.
Oh, you were absolutely within its reach.
Okay, I'm not going to move out of its reach, but I'm going to try and... Is there anywhere within its reach that is behind cover?
There's some knocked over tables and areas like that. Yes.
I'll give that a go. I will try and hide behind something.
Got it.
That's my turn.
Make it a little... Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw really quick.
Oh, that's cocked. Oh, fuck you. That's an 8.
Okay. Yep, still poisoned. Sorry.
Sorry, did my swearing catch on mic?
Oh,
No,
sure did.
It doesn't matter. I mean, this is a fucking family show.
I really appreciated it.
I swear at my dice routinely, and this is why they treat me bad.
I did like it was literally like the clatter. It was like, yeah, no, you needed a 10. You got an 8. That's okay. I was giving you a Constitution saving throw because you goonicorned and like more slime mold went that way. So I'm like, yeah, maybe some of the toxins went that way. No,
I have to say, as a professional bartender, I generally give them a saving throw after they unicorn too. So.
So back to the top of the order, we go to the Squeezomatic that is Jack the Giant Snake, and the I can just delete that entire thing because the Velociraptors are no longer on deck because they went smear.
Yep.
Great.
Okay. So just to clarify, the only things left are the vomiting one outside the building, and then the spiky guy who's currently being seared by Moonbeam on the inside.
And is absolutely in a state of panic, yes.
Okay.
That sounds like something you call like your ex who shows up, like the vomiting one outside the building. He's back.
That was my nickname in college.
Yeah. The guy who locked himself out of the dorm building.
So, how tall is the building that we're in? Like, how many feet high is it?
It's a decent. So the large majority of it, it would be a 2-story building. Again, a vaulted ceiling. But it does drop down into a flat part that's only about 12 to 13 feet tall, where the access hatch is. So you probably have like 20 or so feet headroom wise in the building. The large thing outside, if it came in, would fit.
Okay. Well, I don't have too many hit points left as the giant snake, so I think I'm gonna drop wild shape, and I'm gonna attempt to attack the burning one in a different way. I'm gonna cast conjure animals. Now, would a Quetzalcoatlus, if I've pronounced that correctly, would that qualify as an animal that I can conjure?
Whoa. Conjure animals. Is that? Oh yeah, that's a spell. What?
Yeah, it can be one animal of like a challenger in 2, which is apparently a Quetzalcoatlus.
If someone donates now, she
I
can
mean,
conjure.
A Quetzalcoatl.
And then,
well,
and then
I mean,
three
if
other
somebody-
things we can't pronounce.
let me double check. My dinosaurs are a little different than the standards. You can definitely throw it out there, and let's see. When you cast a spell using certain higher, choose one of the summoning options above, and twice as many. What level spell are you doing this under? Third.
Yeah, but I do have a 4th level slot if that would let you allow it. If I could cast it as 4th level.
Let me see. Yeah, I'll let it slide.
Amazing. Okay, so we've got a dinosaur on the team now, so that's fun. Can I have it attack as part of my turn, or does that have to wait until like?
It is still going to show up. So it's nearby. Now, does it show up, or do you literally just summon it from the ethereal? You summon face spirits that take the
from the
form.
ethereal. I thought it would just poof in.
Oh yeah, no, it does. Yeah. So this
You're so hopeful. I love
this
it.
is a weird, disturbing sight. So you have a raging, spiky relative of the Ankylosaurus freaking out as it's being burned by this magically summoned moonbeam. You have pasted velociraptors on the floor. 2 warforged. One is currently healing itself. The other one is swinging this massive hammer. Sarik, the small grung, is in the corner going fucking throwing rocks at people to use. And then the snake shrinks back down to a small rat folk who backs up and summons a 15-foot tall, these fey creatures, just these little wisps, small doors open in the weave around you. And these shapes, just like vaguely fey shaped, like a fairy, maybe one is a boggart. They begin forming. And this quadrupedal thing takes shape. You can see that it has some sort of leathery connection from its forearms to its rear legs. A large giraffe-like neck that peaks up. Its shoulder is about 10 feet high. The tip of its head is just brushing the ceiling, and its face is this massive, stabbing beak. And as it forms, it solidifies and just goes.
It's beautiful.
And what would you like it to attack? The Nodosaur?
Yes, I want it to bite it.
Okay. Yeah. So my Quetzos, the Great Wings, they make 3 attacks. 2 of them are beak stabs, and yeah. So, and it has landed on the ground because you summoned it on the ground. So it is currently attacking the Nodosaur. This is gonna suck. Let's see. 1 absolutely hits. 2 hit, and that will be a 23. All 3 hit.
Yay!
So this may actually save your asses. Let's see. So each beak stab is that. So that's 12 there. And that is, oh dear God, plus 6. And oh my God, that many 6s? Okay. Fucking math. 18. 37, 52.
Rat kiss break while Trevor does math.
Yeah.
It
He's like, you did it, Mom.
No.
well, yeah. So it's taken a sizable amount of damage. The first this beast rears back and just stabs in. It's trying to just gain some sort of connection onto this beak, dodging the spikes, driving its beak in, trying to just pull and wrench pieces from it. The nodosaur begins screaming this just bellowing cry as it's thrown down to one, to one side. The beak comes down 2 more times, getting into the soft point behind its neck. And then the final one, the Quetzalcoatlus turns, and just as the nodosaur is on its side trying to get back up, and stabs right into the chest area as it's exposed trying to get up. And the nodosaur shakes a few times and then comes still.
Yes.
Still.
I feel kind of bad that we're actually killing them.
Oh yeah, this thing is like, it's bleeding out. The moonbeam is still sitting there, slowly crisping. Now it's beginning to smell like barbecue.
Well, at least we got
It-
it now.
Like, Raphael, eat up.
Yeah,
Num num nummy.
You were
It's
provided
kind of a horror show in Tommy Buffet's Daiquiri Town right now.
Slim's getting to like past the sleepy kind of stage and past the flirty stage, and now is getting to the kind of the fighty stage.
Belligerent drunk.
Like
Yes.
now that all the threats are actually gone, they've finally become.
Oh, they're not
belligerent.
gone.
And so they're gonna. Oh wait. Oh,
One's
we're
still
not-
vomiting outside.
Oh, we're not out of initiative. Oh, sorry.
No, you're not.
One is
I thought-
vomiting outside as
You
we speak.
still hear one outside choking and making
Completely
noise.
forgot about that one.
So
we all try to forget about the man vomiting outside our houses.
yeah. So
Seems too specific, Liz.
Literally, there are so many clubs right down the street from my house.
Okay.
So it's a large dead nodosaur. Let's see. Okay. I now have the that's really funny. Cool. Yeah, so Jack, do you have a bonus action you would like to do?
I don't think so. I'm pretty satisfied with that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty fucking good. I will say so. My wow.
Just skewer it and run it on the rotisserie.
Yeah, so
Actually, I'll just snack on some.
I mean, the supplies issue is pretty much solved.
Is there any of that batter left?
yeah. So Fomahalt, it's up to you. You still have that pinging in your head about just like it's continually going. You keep hearing it. There's security protocol theta. Security protocol theta. General public is in imminent danger. Possibility of large-scale escape. You don't know what that means, but it's continually chiming just in the back of your head.
And every time I try to access information to security protocol theta, I glitch out and lose like a minute at a time, which is not all that surprising because I'm an android, so of course I glitch out.
Yeah, just
Trying to
something.
freeze up.
What was going on? Yeah, but that exactly. So, but it's just this relentless. Something's going on.
Are the are all the threats away from us now, or just the one that's outside thrown up still?
There's only one outside that you can hear currently.
And all the ones that were inside are all gonna be...
Yeah, there's a very familiar looking large the label copy here at the park calls them Great Wings, but there's this strange like shimmering purplish fey creature version of it in here now that you saw Jack summon. But yeah, the Carnotaur is still outside, and it doesn't seem like the what's everybody's passive perception here? 14, 13, 12. Oh, 16's good. It doesn't sound like there are any additional notisaurs that are coming. The now dead one was doing some sort of alarm call, but nothing seems to have, at least not at this time, nothing has seemed to be responding to it.
Cool.
So yeah, the only thing that's outside is the current threat.
Awesome. Also, have you guys heard about Security Protocol Theta?
We don't know any of the security protocols. I don't think. I don't.
Oh, hey, also, have you guys heard about Security Protocol Theta?
What? Fomalhaut, you just said that. Can we focus on the thing
Also,
vomiting outside?
Have you guys heard about security? Wait. Oh shit! I was trying to access it again. I keep glitching. Sorry.
Should we
right.
should we go away from the big vomiting thing and talk about this that way?
Oh, something's throwing up outside of my bar. Well, we can't have that. I'll put away my maul and I'll grab my
I'm
shield.
not sure there's much of your bar left. Let's go the other way.
Okay, let's do that.
I mean,
oh, by the way, have you guys heard about Security Protocol Theta?
let's hold that thought. What is Security Protocol Theta? Because we
I don't
haven't
know.
heard. We haven't heard
holding
about
that thought.
So, out of game DM, is it Fomalhaut's turn still?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, let me see what the Carnotaur is doing here. No, it does not like what's going on. You hear it retch a few more times, and then it begins to pad off in a direction. You're not entirely sure, but it's away from the building.
That's right. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're banned. You're banned.
You're banned.
All right.
Take
we
a quick
should probably get out of here and figure out what Security Protocol Theta is.
So do we all want to choose to flee?
I mean, I could do with a little bit of a sit down if we've got time. Or we can keep going. We don't have a wall anymore. We probably should go.
Yeah, the structural integrity of the building, while it's still standing for now, there's a big hole where the merge between the outside and inside seating was. That's all been pushed in, destroyed. The security barrier is gone. And there's a large cooking, like even after the moonbeam vanishes, there's a large dead creature in here that will probably attract predators.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
like you're all
go.
druids and and such, and even Fomalhaut. It's like, yeah, the creatures on the island. Large piece of meat-eating things are out. Bad.
So we'll be ending combat if we decide to.
No, we're out of initiative.
Oh, we're out of initiative.
Yeah,
okay.
the Carnotaur has bailed.
Okay. Cool.
It can smell the notisaur, but there's just too much shit going on, and it's not going to risk getting into that.
I did not sign up for this.
Yeah.
So where are we going? We need to. What's security protocol Theta?
I mean,
is there like an informational building that we could get to maybe learn more about what's going on?
It would be
All right,
the 7th security
Question
protocol.
for the DM on this one, as since my character is an employee here, would they have
like an idea of where to go? Like, is there a security building or an
Oh.
information building?
You absolutely. So you are in the they playfully call it the food annex, that the employees, and then up on the hill. So you've got the main you have the main building and main enclosures down the center. The right side is all the marine, all the marine and experimental wet holding cells. They're keeping the abomination in there. There's no way it could get out, so you don't really worry about that. Because of the magical wards, the Velocilopster, why would it ever leave? If you go around the outside, there is a path up the hill to the admin building and the main security office. You will know that in the case of any serious danger, other automatons have been activated and will be guarding the administration building in some capacity.
Okay, so then as an employee of this place, I would know like the best way to get there, like the safest way or like a back way that's kind of maybe off the beaten path or something, or just like a quick way to get there that's pretty safe.
Yeah, just give me a general just give me a general history check. As you're accessing online maps and
that is a 20.
Oh, yeah. You're thinking about it, you're like, okay, we're at the bar. 20 meters in behind that building is the subfloor access tunnels. And that should take us to the base of the hill and then into the auxiliary stairwell that should lead into the ground level of the admin building. Yeah, completely single shot underground hallway run.
So we'd be running up that road, running up that hill, running up that building.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so I'll take point and start heading in that direction and just tell everybody else, just kind of get in line on me, I guess, and follow along and just try to maintain situational awareness, watch for anything that's coming at us, and then I'll try to get us out of here, I guess.
Yeah, and it's simple. You it's a fairly close distance, and it's going out the rear entrance of the bar, the service entrance. It's very simple, just to hop across the path without getting attention from the Carnotaur, and heading into the 2-story down stairwell into the service tunnels. And
before we go, I'd probably do another level 1 cure wounds on myself. Just
sure.
For housekeeping.
I can also help heal Slim if I would also cast a spell.
Same.
Yeah, you can if you need to cast spells to heal and all that. Sure. To see.
I could do with one healing spell if someone wants to give it to me. I'm at about 80%.
Yeah, I can give you that.
But no biggie. Oh, thanks.
So that's 17 hit points.
Lovely. I'm at full. Amazing. Thank you.
Yay.
Is anybody else needing hit points?
I somehow managed to get through that entire thing on
Like, nobody got hurt. I'm really shocked.
Like Slim got hurt.
I only lost 4, so I'm not worried.
I think there's some very disappointed people at the lack of death.
Yeah, I was like, this is the opposite of last time.
Like,
Right,
damn
let's-
it,
People
you promised
who are
death.
rooting for us to die should donate.
Well, let's
Yeah.
make hay while the sun
Off
shines
themselves.
and follow
If you would
Fomalhaut.
like all of us to die,
I
You
mean,
have the power.
shuffle us off this mortal coil, please. First
I mean,
of all.
what could possibly happen that you're going in a subterranean tunnel
Yeah.
No, what do you mean, mate?
with
Let's go.
no immediate escape?
Is the Quetzalcoatlus coming with us in the
It
tunnel?
will not fit.
Okay.
Oh no! I
You could
say
tell it to meet us,
goodbye to our
meet us where we're
friend.
going.
You can send it to go.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll do that
I don't.
then.
It doesn't. I do not believe it has to stay near you.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'll ask it to meet us there then.
Okay. It kind of looks at you and looks at everybody and starts to actually walk off. Because it seems to be incredibly comfortable on all fours. So, fun paleontology fact, they've actually found trackways of large pterosaurs and animals like Quetzalcoatlus, and they actually look very comfortable in these trackways of walking and hunting while they are on the ground with a quadrupedal gait. It's really fucking cool. And if you have Apple Plus, watch my friend's Mundarnish's documentary. Oh fuck! Why did I just forget it? It's the new Prehistoric Planet, hosted by Attenborough. There's a great sequence of Quetzalcoatlus defending nests and attacking each other and doing things, and they're all on the ground. It's fascinating. Yeah. So it walks off, and then after a moment, you do see it leap into the air and start this kind of slow climb up to the top of the hill. As you descend down the 2 flights of stairs into a dimly lit, but probably every 15 feet, there's a small glowing orb in a canister, shedding some dim light down this hallway, the end of which you can't see. And before we get into the creepy horror part of the underground area, why don't we go ahead and take a break, refill up your water bottles, bio if you need to do it. We'll just take a really short one and meet back, and hopefully I get to kill the entire party.
Perfect.
We are ready.
Please donate to either save us or speed us along to our
Yeah,
deaths.
like if I'll make everybody watching a deal.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
If somebody, by the end of the break, it is currently 2:03 Pacific time. If a $75 or 75-pound donation comes before 2:10 p.m. Pacific time, 7 minutes, absolute hell will break loose. So I want to see that.
Please do it. I'm so excited.
Let's
You
do
have
it.
7
Bring
minutes.
it. Bring it.
Let's give Chris a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring the
What we
scritches.
deserve, honestly.
I will even accept if 2 people, one does a 50 and one does a 25, and they combine their powers. So,
Bring it on,
Planet
Captain
style.
Planet.
yep, it's like Captain Party Death. Let's do this. So yeah, 6 minutes. It's now 2:04. So we will be back at 2:10 Pacific time, which will be 5:10 Eastern, and hopefully someone will donate enough that something really horrible will happen to the party. So we'll see you in a minute.
Peeps, that's 10:10.
All right.
back, everybody. Welcome back, party members. Welcome back, chat.
You look very happy.
Oh, I'm ecstatic.
Yes, did we meet the goal?
I put a
Fuck
challenge,
me.
and the challenge
Like
was
that.
$75 worth of donations in 7 minutes. And it came through. 75 more dollars
Hell, please.
or pounds
Oh,
or
yeah.
such have come through. Through only two very lovely donations. It doesn't matter who it was.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Ko-fi page right now.
What Ko-fi page? I don't know what you're talking about. It's for a good cause. I mean,
Number one.
wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's for a good cause. Yeah. Oh wow, someone must have hacked my account. Imagine that. So, God, I'm gonna love this.
Think of the babies.
Support queer people, kill queer people. This is killing queer people. This is active killing.
I'm bisexual.
Yeah, this is queer on queer violence.
Right. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to.
Intra-community violence, okay?
Jack, where were your kids during that whole thing? Like when you were a snake, when a very large dinosaur went trampling through a bunch of people?
They were in my pocket.
Okay. When you were a snake?
I'm not a snake, I was Liz.
Oh,
I was the snake.
yeah. Right. Sorry.
I wasn't
Jack.
Liz either, I was 3.
Jack. Where were the kids?
The kids.
The rats. Your little
I was kind of hoping they could qualify as part of my inventory when I watch it.
Yeah, no.
Matthew was in the daycare behind the bar.
Yeah, they'll have been in the daycare behind
Because
the
every
bar.
good bar has a daycare.
Well,
And it's
yeah,
always behind the
Peanuts.
bar.
Waiting for mum to finish her
where else would you
business.
put children?
No cats on the bar mod.
So yeah, let me just check real quick.
Do not the children.
No,
At
not
least
both of
one was in my backpack. I swear.
them.
At least Matthew.
Yeah. Well, no, they're fine. Don't worry. They're
Yes.
okay.
That's fine.
It's everything.
By all means, kill me, just not Rathu.
Rathu. I
must
love
live.
that. Right. So, yeah, it's probably a perfectly fine tunnel that Fomahal's leading you down. It's about 10 feet wide. Just very smooth, very polished, like obviously magically carved rock. You can't see the end of the hallway. It goes on until just you get that perspective merge of dim light and darkness ahead. And you're walking for a rather decent amount of time. 5 minutes go by. There's a slight incline that you're starting to climb up. About
We'll be
almost
running up that hill.
10 minutes. The incline gets just a little steeper, but still manageable. Not quite needs stairs yet. But as you start to get to a slightly flat area, you notice that the flat area and coming down this very slight grade, there's a little bit of water that is pooled. And it's just kind of like beginning to flow down.
Is that something that I would notice as being like what the situation is, considering that I'm an employee here or whatever?
Oh yeah, this isn't normal.
Well, I
At
mean,
all.
obviously, should this tunnel be flooded? Probably not.
Yeah, or flooding. Yeah, no, not probably. No, that wouldn't
Because
happen.
tunnels are immune from above ground weather.
Well,
Exactly.
right.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody knows that.
As someone who's worked in a cave, the weather is different. It's nicer.
So, as you get to that intersection, you notice that the wall to the right there's just like it's a small, slightly larger. It's probably about 20 by 20. And the wall to the right is seeping water.
It's not very cash money of it.
Is there some kind of a perception check or something I can do to see if I can figure out what the issue is here or what's going on?
Oh, no need. It's literally the wall itself looks damaged, cracked. You see just that side has some, like some pieces are missing, and it just seems that there's outside moisture, or maybe the piping behind the wall. The moisture is wicking through the rock surface.
Fomalhaut.
As an expert on this subject, I'm going to say that it appears that the wall is made out of wall.
Does this tunnel go past the aquatic area?
Yeah.
You know, I was just wondering that myself.
Nope.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay.
Oh, so it's just other water.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
different water.
Oh, that's good.
For those of you that need to breathe, this might be a problem.
Can the Velocilobster tunnel?
You don't know.
I think we're about to find out.
It has like claw attachments that is just like a drill.
That actually just rotates its claw on.
Yeah, it's just like
at maximum speed.
I mean, you do know that since it is, the rumors going around the park, since it is some sort of crustacean-based, aberration, the smaller enclosures that have the actual lobsters in them to show that what we made from this, they do burrow little. They push material out to make small depressions and nests, and they do being in submerged cavern-like areas. But where you are, which is about halfway up, you can figure by the incline and the switchback that's coming, that you're about halfway up the small hill that's leading to the admin building. So yeah, you're nowhere near the marine exhibits. The where you are now, the aviary would be to the left of the admin building where you are, and there are a couple tropical paddocks that are about on the same level as you are. Maybe the water could be coming from one of them.
Okay.
I recommend that we try to move silently, or if we can we do a move without a trace, or a...
Also, do the fleshy ones of us have some way to breathe underwater?
I think I can swim underwater for a lot.
You could
you're a frog.
into something that can.
I cannot. I do not have a way to breathe underwater.
How long can you hold your breath?
Yeah.
Do we have a stat for that?
I think it's your Constitution modifier +1 in minutes. Am I right?
I think maybe we should just move as fast as we can to get the hell out of here. Just keep going.
I'm with
Fomalhaut. Are we going down the slope or up the slope?
We're
running up that
now.
hill, remember?
Oh, okay. So that's fine as long as we head up and out of the tunnel quickly.
Yeah.
I think what Trevor said is that we went up and up and up, and then there was a little bit of a down, and that's full of water.
Trevor disappeared, so when he comes back, we'll just tell him that we made it out.
Yeah, we made it out, Trevor.
Good.
We're
Trevor,
done.
you're back. I'm glad you're back. We just made it out.
Yeah, we're safe.
We actually made it off the entire island.
Yeah, we actually killed the Velocilobster.
You're on mute, Trevor.
We also won. We won D&D.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, now everything's working. Yay. I don't know what happened. My mic decided to go, no, we're not doing this right now. I'm like, but wait, no, I need this.
Someone has some compassion. Jeez, finally.
The microphone is a paid actor.
Right, exactly, yeah. So yeah, you're approaching. So this is a slightly open area. It just looks like it's there to allow people to pass by, take a break, something along those lines.
It's a water cooler area.
How full of water is it?
Oh, it's a little, not much at all.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is seeping actively.
Is it enough water to support a pit full of eels? Is the real question.
mean, you can do that with a paddling pool,
Yeah.
allegedly.
I mean,
Or
possibly.
a cistern under your house. I don't know if anyone's been following this TikTok saga. I have.
Yeah, not right now, but if the wall ruptures and there's more water behind it, it may be a bad thing. But
Okay.
where you are right now, if it does rupture, it will flow mainly down into the lower hallway that you just came up.
Okay.
Right, 'cause we're
So
moving up, right?
let's keep
That's
going
what-
upwards.
Let's
Yeah.
keep going before it leaks more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nobody
As
hit it or
quickly
turn into
as
something
possible.
giant and hit it.
Yeah. Let's scurry up the hill.
Yep. All right. We are trucking.
Go up the hill some more. There's a switchback, so it's just a very, hard left turn, and then it starts coming back up.
We're
And you
Tokyo
actually-
drifting our way up. It's
Yeah.
great.
As you're coming up, you now start to see that there are very small shafts, only about like 5 to 10-inch circle, heading up, and you just see a little bit of sunlight at the top. These are some sort of ventilation shafts in order to keep air fresh and moving down here.
So they're man-made, not bored in like by an
correct.
animal. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
That's a relief.
And you start to go a little bit higher. There's one final switchback, and you can see that there is a landing up ahead about 60 feet in front of you.
Okay.
Let's keep going. We need to get it. I would rather not be in a tunnel.
Yeah, I think being on the
Yeah.
landing is probably the best. Then we can assess how easy it will be to get into that building, and we can hack into the mainframe.
And then if we're a bit safer,
fucking
then we can
island.
work out what the hell protocol's
Right.
theta is.
I'm gonna stay in the front and just keep driving forward.
I'm gonna be just behind Faunal Hut in kind of that that kind of like very persuadable drunk style. Just kind of like
Sweet.
Come on.
Come
And so
on, buddy, let's go.
I've got my
At this-
tenderly hand.
At this point, you're no longer poisoned. It's been
Amazing.
been-
Okay, I'm starting
yeah.
to sober up, and I'm like, whew.
Yeah.
All right. So now I'm just hungover. So I've got my
Oh
tenderly
no, you're
hand.
not hungover with me around. I'm handing back drinks like here. Just you can't get hungover if you stay drunk.
He has a
don't-
little portable thing like
Modern
Blue Man
solid-
Group. Just
Maybe afterwards. Once is too many. But I'm gonna cast. Would you prefer a bonus to ability checks or saving throws, Chris? I'm gonna cast resistance on Faunal Holt. So the next saving throw you make is plus 1d4.
Right on.
Nice.
That's cool. So you begin to are you guys tightening up, spacing out? What's the marching order? I know
I'm probably
Fomalhaut
right next to
and
Faunal
Slim.
Holt.
Okay, it is a 10-foot wide hallway, so you can go 2 by 2.
I'm gonna slink along the walls.
Okay.
Kind of soak up a little moisture. Mama's feeling a little dry.
Just get a little crispy.
It's like a
Just kind
dog
of
with
rubbing
worms,
up against the wall a little, going.
Oh yeah.
She's like the dog dragging its ass across the carpet back there. Like, what are you doing? No.
Sewer, where are you in the marching
These
order?
are the frog
Sewer is probably towards the back, but not the last. Probably Sarik is behind him because he's probably trying to kind of walk quickly away from whatever the fuck Sarik is doing.
Reach so free.
He
And
kind of
Jack.
was strolling and then sees it out of the corner of his eye and speeds up a little bit.
People always do that around Sarik, and she does not know why.
And Jack, where are you?
I will be towards the back. I'm quite intrigued by this behaviour from Sarik. I've already enjoyed her grungy waters. I think she must be onto something here. So I'm going to try it as well. I'm also going to rub up against the wall just to.
No!
Cool. Okay, a couple people got it. It's all right.
Oh my God,
As
look,
you
guys. Don't
you're
touch
about-
my slime.
you're about 30, almost maybe 20 feet from the landing. And Fomalhaut, you know that this is a landing that will then lead into a staircase that goes up and into the access door of the admin building. And as you're just getting ready to come up the rest of the ramp,
Hello. Welcome to the administration section. How may I help you?
This voice just kind of comes out, it seems, of the walls or something.
Slim's
Vibrating through my body.
Slim's face forms out of the dish, and is like rotating in like 360 around the bowl to like look for where this new friend is. It's very disconcerting to anyone with a neck.
As an employee here, do I recognize this as something that I've experienced before?
No, you've never experienced this.
Hello,
it sounds like
welcome to
some
the
kind
Isle
of
of
automated
Cretas.
system.
It's coming from the room of the landing that you're just getting into.
Okay, I mean, we know that there's some kind of electricity still running on this island. We've got the lights in the hallway, so maybe it's a motion activated thing.
Is this more of your friends, Von Holt?
I think it might be part of some kind of a defense mechanism. I think it might be part of the security protocol Theta that I have not been able to access.
Well, we felt quite insecure over the past few weeks, so some security would be lovely.
Security Protocol Theta is currently not active. Administration. Passwords must be engaged.
Okay, passwords.
Guest.
Do you continue moving up the
Can
ramp?
we find out what Security Protocol Theta does before we activate it?
Yeah.
I will.
Sure.
Security system inquiry. Security protocol Theta. Define.
Should we do this as well while we're walking? Because I would rather be out of this tunnel if possible.
I think we should probably stop before this security system perceives us as an incoming threat.
Yeah, it might kill us. This would be a very quick way of killing us.
So
yeah,
I'll just kind of shout back at it. Security protocol, define yourself. Security protocol, we are not a threat. Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Ooh,
But the protocol
idea. I have an idea. Can I capture some more animals and just send them forward and see what happens?
Voice print recognized. Step forward for identification.
Oh.
He knows who you
I
are.
think that was to Fomohawk, because that's the only person.
I will step forward. I am Fomohawk. I'll be your barbarian tender tonight. What can I get you for you?
As you come up, you begin to you just come up the ramp enough to look into, and at the far end, at the base of the stairway, there is this small 4-foot wheeled automaton, just kind of like a small dome, 2 arms ending in 4 small wheels on a rotating platform, and this little blue light in the center of the dome is just staring.
Hello. Visual identification confirmed. Fomalhaut. Employee number 56331. Currently registered at Tommy Buffets. How may I assist you?
We would like to get out of this tunnel, please.
Query. We. I see only one.
I have some guests of the island behind me. They are guests and not employees. We are evacuating. We would like to evacuate this tunnel at this time.
No records of guests. On the island, all guests evacuated.
That is a negative. These guests have not been evacuated.
You do not have security clearance. Please step forward, all of you.
I'm going to say no. Is that an option?
Can we just stay at the back and continue rubbing on the wall?
Yeah.
I will step forward and I will say, I am here by myself. I am an employee. There are no guests with me. And I will step forward and walk towards it.
Make a deception check. Because you said we, guests, and now all of a sudden you're saying, nope, just me.
Never mind. I changed. Let's see. How do I do?
It was the royal we.
Right.
It was the royal we.
Yeah, so skill list should be deception, like 4 or 5 down.
Oh, deception. And do I get a bonus on that? Was that?
No, I gave you the saving throws.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, saving throws.
Deception is 13.
There's a long pause.
Falsehood stated. Please, all members of group, step forward for identification.
I will rage and just stampede forward and beat the shit out of that thing.
Warning! Warning! Security protocols engaged!
Battle mode activated.
Yeah, bring it, kids!
Definitely rolling initiative, everybody.
Fuck.
Yeah!
Doug.
That's why you bring a barbarian to the party, man.
Yep.
Ooh, yeah.
God damn it.
23.
Okay.
Well, it says I get advantage, but it still only rolled once.
Then roll a second one real quick. See if you can.
Yeah, that does not beat it. So anyway, 23.
Cool. All right, so 25 to 20, I've got at Fomahal at a 23. Anyone else?
I'm at an 8.
Okay.
So
20 to 15.
19 for me.
Okay. What's your dexterity modifier?
+3.
Okay. You are going first.
Oh shit.
As other things rolled a 19. All right. That's 20 to 15. 15 to 10.
I got 13 again.
13. Cool. Gotcha. 10 to 5.
I got an 8.
An 8.
Who has the higher dex modifier?
My dex modifier is +1.
Mine's 3.
Okay. So Rick would be first. All right. So that one.
Wait, did you say mine is 3 or -3?
Mine is 3. No.
All right. That one.
I was going to say that's one clumsy frog.
she just rolls everywhere she goes.
That one got that. Okay. They're kind of going all over the place here. And that one got that. Okay. Fomahal, you are raging. You're up. With Jack on deck.
Oh, all right. I just wanted to look at. So I have my shield deployed, so I can't use my maul because that's a two-hand weapon. So I have my hand axe.
Cool.
That little bastard that was lipping off to me, I'm just going to charge into him. I'm just going to smash him with my hand axe.
Cool. Make an attack.
I will do a reckless attack.
Got it.
That was a 13, but I get to do it again, and that was a 25 to hit.
25 hits.
And then 6 plus 5. A 9, and since I'm raging, I add, what was it, 2?
Plus 2, yeah.
So 11 damage.
Okay. The first swing hits solidly. You hear a good ring from the unit itself. It seems a little bit surprised, but not really. And yeah, you dig into it, and this divot appears in the dome. Was that your first attack?
That was my first attack, yes.
Cool. Bring the pain.
Can I do a reckless attack for the second one as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I might as well.
Yeah, if you're attacking reckless, your attacks are at advantage.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Oh,
2d6 plus 5, so 5.
And do you get brutal critical at level 7, or is that later?
That's later.
Okay.
So I got a 3 and a 5, and then a plus 5 for damage. So do we just double the dice for the crits?
Yeah, double the dice. So
five,
roll another straight 2d6.
Oh, So that came out 13, and then you want 2 more d6,
Mm-hmm.
which comes out for 9 more, so 22.
That first one was not satisfying. You reach back, slam your hand axe into the same spot, and you now have slammed and broken into the dome of this small device. And some sparks fly out briefly, and it kind of wheels back for a moment, but it's stuck on your axe as you're just going at it. Do you have a bonus action? Oh no, your bonus action was raging. Movement, if any, if you care.
Is that the only thing I see around me? Can I do perception?
That's the only thing that is currently here.
I'm just going to charge forward and just see where I end up.
Okay, yeah, well,
I'm just going to range forward like, ah!
Yeah, it's, you're
I don't even
like,
care that it's stuck to my axe. I'm just going to run with it. Come on with me, you little bastard. Ah!
you're pushing it toward, and like, you know, it was near the wall to begin with. You're pushing up against the wall, just going, ah! But yeah, it seems to be the only thing in here for now. Jack, you're up.
Okay, I'm quite nervous of this. Sorry, there's a rat underneath my cape at the moment. So I'm quite nervous of this thing, and there's like a camera on it, right? So it can kind of see us and all kinds of things.
It definitely has some sort of sensor in the front that it was watching and trying to identify you visually.
Okay, not a fan of that. Could I try my cantrip, Mold Earth, to try and kind of bury it in the tunnel so it can't see us anymore?
Sure.
Would that bury Fomalhaut as well?
It might.
Well,
he's strong. He can rage.
Probably get out. I mean, maybe.
So find out if I can get out of it.
That robot never skips leg day.
The range is 30 feet. And so you can affect about like a 5-foot area, 30
like
feet away,
cube or something like that. Yeah.
If you can't really, you can excavate it, but it can't really cause damage. It may, like Fomalhaut and the droid would like fall in this hole, but they wouldn't take any damage. Or you can make the terrain underneath them extremely jagged and make it very difficult to move, but enveloping them, not so much.
Okay, I might go for the excavating option, but then shout at Fomalhaut, bury it so it can't see us.
Yes, make a hole!
Yeah, I'm gonna make a hole.
Fomalhaut, really quick, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, yeah. Dexterity saving throw.
I think you have advantage.
Yes.
Because
And
you're
I
a
have
barbarian.
Advantage.
And you have plus D4 from resistance.
Yes.
I got a 7 and a 6.
But then you plus 1D4 plus your dex save.
So then I get a plus 1d4 for that, so I add that to my 6. Two more onto the 6, so that's 8.
Okay.
And then your dex modifier, or
it's already added on the roll.
Oh,
yeah.
I fell into the hole.
You're in the hole with it. You're kind of crammed in. It's sparking. You're still raging and like, you know, wrenching your hand axe out of it. Just this ditch, just the earth underneath you just goes, just pushed to each side, kind of like this weird, bizarre, muddy, Red Sea moment. And both of you just sink in, just like up to your hips about. And the device is trying to move and freak out in front of you. Jack, is there anything else you would like to do?
I'm going to use my movement to run out of the tunnel as far as I can get.
Okay. What's your movement speed?
It is, I think it's 25 feet.
Okay. That'll get you from the top of the ramp just to the base of the stairs going up, unless you're heading back the other way.
No, trying to like exit. Yeah.
Okay. you'll be you'll run in. You'll be near the combat that's going on, but just like within 10 feet of it. But that'll get you to the base of the stairs because you had to move up to cast the mold earth within 30 feet.
Did the device thingy and I, did we actually fall down into a hole, or are we just like in mud, or?
You're in like a 5-foot depression.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We've all
It's easy
been
to get. It'll take half your movement to climb out.
It's like a
Or
good
you can
excavation unit depth.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about
Cool.
that.
So Jack ran in, and that brings us to the emergency response droid. The lens, that blue lens that is on its face, the dome is kind of like scanning back and forth.
Target identified. Target identified. Enabling.
And I need... let's see. It's still above... The range of that is... I think like 120 feet. Yeah, it's 100 feet long. I need...
Only 100?
I need a dexterity saving throw from Fomalhaut, a dex save at advantage for Sewer, Sarik, and Slim.
Okay.
That's gonna be a 19.
Okay.
How do I do it? Dex
Saving throws will be on the top left.
Yeah.
And then at advantage, you just roll it a second time, and you take the higher of the two numbers.
I rolled a 15, but I'm looking here and it says I have
17.
Advantage on
18.
dex against effects that you can see while not blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. So do I get an advantage on my dex saving throw?
Yes.
So that was a 15 and a 17.
Okay.
17.
So I've got an 18.
Okay.
I rolled a nat 1 and then I rolled an 18. So
Ooh, lucky.
Lucky, yeah.
So the DC was 18. So if you rolled an 18 or higher, if you roll an 18 or higher, you're only taking half damage. As for a brief moment, the red light shifts again to blue, but this time it's a much darker blue, and a small port opens just under the dome. And with a crackling boom, a massive lightning bolt is thrown out down through the room and down the ramp.
I don't like that.
This is going to hurt.
But only half
Especially because
much.
we're damp.
So, yeah, that was part of it. So let's see.
Made us think about what was in the water, not the water itself.
18, 20.
oh, Siri, you're
7.
not like rubbing yourself on the wall, right?
No.
She's grounding herself.
Right?
48. So anyone that made the save is taking 24 points of damage, of lightning damage. If you failed the save, you are taking 48 points of lightning damage.
I have a question. I was just looking here on D&D Beyond, and it says I have a +1 on saves because of my cloak of protection. Is that automatically calculated into my saving throw, or
It should be, yes.
okay?
Because I'm let me pull up your sheet real quick. Yes, because your dex modifier is 4 plus the cloak is 5. So yeah, your dex modifier is +5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's automatically added in.
CBP
All right.
just wants us all to die. Like,
Well, that's fine. I'm kind of sick of this whole living for a living thing. If you guys could just kill me for once.
Well, I mean, so yeah. So if you made the save, 24 points. If you failed the save, 48.
But since I'm raging, I take half damage.
Not from lightning.
I
don't believe so.
Half of the totem bear, I take half damage from everything except psychic.
Oh, your totem of the
barbarian.
Shit. Yeah.
Yes.
So so that means you take so you'll take half damage anyway, failing the save.
So I failed the save, so I take half damage, and half damage was what again?
24. So yeah, you take 24 points, not 48.
Oh, bad bridges.
All right. That is the ERD.
Do I not get targeted by that, by the way, because I'm at the base of the stairs?
Yes, you do get targeted by that.
Okay, I'll need to roll that.
So that came out of the little thing that stuck to my axe, right?
No, it came out of the thing that's in front of you. Yes, it came out through you, through the party, and ricocheted down the ramp.
Oh, okay.
And that was that one. Yeah, Jack, you did not need to make that roll because it went out past you. You're to,
I
you're
see.
To the right
Okay.
of it. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, you're fine. At least you were fine. Because at that was initiative point 19. At initiative point 16, ERD 3 begins coming down the stairs. You hear this clanking noise as this Warforged, this automaton that looks remarkably like Fomalhaut, except thicker and broader, comes down the stairs, looks right at you, Jack.
At the base. Intruder.
And immediately launches a smaller lightning bolt at you. Okay. So please make a dex save.
7.
That's a fail.
We need a paladin in this party.
Let's see. 5, 10, 13, 19,
problems.
21, 22, 23. That is, you failed, so that's 24 points of damage.
Okay.
And luckily, nothing is flammable in this area.
Damp as fuck, baby.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and it only ignites things that aren't being worn or carried. So yeah, it effectively grounds you at the base of the stairs. That brings us to Sewer.
So, how close are the automaton is coming down the stairs? It's not in the same room as us yet, right?
Not yet. It's on the landing, so it's like half a story up. All it can see is Jack.
Okay.
But there is the other one in front of Fomalhaut that's electrifying all of you.
Yeah, which I should probably attack, but I'm debating whether to attack that thing or actually heal myself, so I might not die next turn.
Do you have a bonus action heal that you could use an action to attack?
I do not have a bonus action to heal, no.
I can heal us
as a spell.
Next turn.
What I really want to do is go do an earth tremor, but I will attack others in our party by doing that.
Is that how many others in the party would you hit by doing that?
I hit everyone within a 10-foot radius.
That would just be in the room, so that would affect Jack. If you center it on the thing, 10-foot radius.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay.
It says you cause a tremor in the ground within 10 feet from you. Every creature other than you in that area must make a dex saving throw.
Oh, 10 feet. Oh, so it's 10 feet from you. If you close the distance, you can have it affect only Fomalhaut and the other thing.
Do it!
That's what I'm.
Yes!
Okay, that's what I was debating doing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
so
it!
I'm
I
gonna
can take
run
Jack
out
is
the
10
thing.
feet. Jack is 10 feet away from all that's going on.
Superb. I'm gonna run at the little automaton and Fomalhaut, and I'm going to cast a 3rd level Earth Tremor.
Oh boy. Okay. So yeah, Fomalhaut and the thing both have to make dex saving throws. Oh my. No, that's a blistering fail.
Do I get advantage on this one?
You do. It's an effect that you see. The earth is beginning. Sewer's running at you, and everything's
small earthquake. Okay,
that would be
it's 9
24.
damage, and then there's also people take bludgeoning damage if they have a failed save.
Oh wow. Okay, and you're casting it 3rd level.
Yes.
So that's 3d6 worth of roll 3d6 of damage. That the ERD will take. Fomalhaut makes that save. I'm pretty sure your DC is lower than a 24. So he's good. And yeah, the whole area, at first you were sunk 5 feet. Now the whole area, it's slumped in. It's incredibly difficult terrain, but you're fine. It's starting to get compressed and crushed by this, by the pit it's in.
Very nice.
And it, 9 points. Okay.
9 points, and then a 1d6 of bludgeoning damage.
Oh my. Okay. Yeah, it's looking a little hurt. It's starting to spark and feel stupid. It's obviously that's a really good question from our moderator. Will this affect the tunnel?
Yeah, I was kind of worried that it will cause it to cave in, but we'll see.
We'll see.
If we go out, we'll go out spectacularly.
The tunnel is the highest quality. They spared no expense.
Oh god.
Yeah. Is that your turn, Sewer?
Yeah, I guess I will, just in case, cast Hunter's Mark on the small automaton.
Okay.
Since that's the one I can see, and since that's just a bonus action, I'll just do that. Do I have any time to run away, or only time to run towards the thing and cast it?
What's your total movement?
30 feet.
You have about 10 feet of movement left that you can back up.
Okay, I'll do that. I will run away. Someone donate to make the tunnel collapse. Well, I already used Earth Tremor, so we'll see if that blows up in my face.
Sarik, you're up with Slim on deck.
It's about time Sewer damned the party, honestly. He's been so helpful.
I think Liz might be indisposed at the moment.
Oh. Okay.
We might have to, like...
so the next 3 people all have initiative 0.8. So, yeah, we'll roll with Slim, then we'll come to Sarik, and then the third ERD will show up. Oh, did I just say that publicly? Yeah. So, Slim, you have been electrocuted. Fomalhaut is in a pit that is collapsing with a weird thing. And as you're breaching the top of the ramp, you saw another lightning bolt cook Jack.
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of run into the room, and I'm going to... You're bringing friends. Okay, I'll bring some friends too. And tendrils go into the ground, and they spread throughout all they crack through the floor of the room and go into the soil underneath and activate all of the kind of microbes living within I believe 30 feet of me. No, within 15 feet of me. So they all kind of rise up out of the ground, and I'm going to cast a 4th level Spirit Guardians. And so all of the microbes in the ground start like glowing and swirling around me in the air in a 15-foot sphere. So if I can, I'll try and get both of the current robots within that sphere.
Wow.
If you move to where Jack is, yes.
Okay,
because
I'll go there.
The sphere will be up the stairs. We'll head up the stairs toward the ERD that's on the first platform right there, and it will hit the one that Fomahalt's currently tying up as the mud is beginning to collapse in on it.
Sweet, I'll go there. So I've got this this 4th level sphere of microbes just kind of swirling around me. It smells amazing. It smells like that smell just when it's raining on soil.
Petrichor, it's one of my favorite smells.
Yep, great word. But I think they only get affected at the start of their turn, I believe.
Okay.
But they have okay. So they make a wisdom saving throw at the start of when they enter the area, or when they start their turn in there.
Oh well, you're casting it, and they're immediately in the area.
Sweet. So they make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
On a fail, they take 48 radiant damage, and their speed. Oh, their speed is halved whatever happens, but then on a fail they take 48. On a pass they take 2d. Oh, half of 48.
The one on the floor rolled an 11. The one on the stairs rolled a 17.
17 passes.
Okay.
So they're going to take half this.
Okay.
It's not a bad roll. 17 radiant damage, and then half for the other one.
Okay.
And their speed is halved for the while they're in the area.
Even if
all the microbes are like clinging to their bodies and gumming up their joints.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Bring on the squelching sounds.
And then as the particles, the illuminations of microbes swirl past each of your characters, if you hear it go.
Oh, we're getting kisses. Oh.
Okay. And okay, so we're still holding on. Yeah. That's okay. Is that your full action?
So that's my action. I don't think I have any bonus actions I can do because they're all spells, and I've already cast a spell, and I've done my movement, so that's all good.
Okay. While we're waiting for Sarik, there is a third ERD, but it is further up the stairs, and you hear this horrific noise. So you're in a stairwell underneath the building. Fomalhaut said it's probably 2, maybe 3 flights of stairs, and then you're in the admin building. There is a noise, Sewer's Earth Tremor spell kind of made that noise too, except this is a lot larger. It kind of sounds like, and with the amount of rubble raining down, that the building itself is under attack. Parts of another one of these bipedal forms starts raining down and clattering. And there is this bellowing roar. A very familiar one to the party.
I'm sure this is fine.
Building switches!
The building above you is beginning to collapse into the stairwell, and you hear this horrendous clacking noise. The claws of the Velociraptor are destroying the building above because one of the... Oh, hey, Dagmar. Dagmar's back, and temporarily Sarik. But the... one of the... So, Fomalhaut, you immediately get it into your head that Operation... that Security Protocol Theta has been activated. Whatever it was is enraging the Velocilopster to attack the building.
And it seems like Theta kind of means just kind of kill everything around you.
Yeah, pretty much. So Sarik on initiative count 8. Or temporary Sarik. It's an interesting scene as you've been watching. You're in the hallway. You've been cooked by a lightning bolt. Parts of the building are beginning to fall down into the stairwell. There's been earth tremors. Foamhalt's tied up on the strange dome-shaped thing, and all hell is breaking loose. What would you like to do?
You're muted.
You are muted. Still muted.
I'm an
Chaos not
expert at
quality.
sign language. She just said squelch on everything, make mouth noises.
Oh, so, that link should be what you need, Dachmar.
Again, building the tension.
Yep.
It's been 4 hours, but we've finally met our nemesis.
We had a Sarikosaurus, now we have a Sarikophilus. It's kind of like a Parasaurolophus, but it's a Sarikophilus, and it sounds like this.
I think the ratio of horn noises to science and sorcery streams is really strong. It's really good.
Right?
It wouldn't be a real stream without a horn at some point.
Well, at some point, you need a good horn. Whether you're watching science and sorcery or, like adult films, you gotta have a good horn at some point.
I know people enjoy this stream, but I don't know if they don't enjoy it that much.
Well, either way, you're getting squelching noises.
We've lost pseudo Sarik.
So we've lost 2 Sariks, but
yeah,
but no
I think they're coming back in. Okay. There was an audio issue apparently.
We can't TPK, but we sure can go through Sariks.
Nope, still can't hear you. You can type in the chat what you're going to do. I mean, why not?
Really build the tension.
Yeah, no, I mean the tension, like everything is falling apart around you.
Just use sign language, and then Khalil could make squelching sounds to translate.
I have a feeling that like our tech troubles are mainly stemming from Defense Protocol Theta.
Yes.
You know what? Hey, have you guys heard about Defense Protocol Theta?
Hello, Funnel. How? You okay?
Oh,
you in there,
no.
Hey! Welcome to the Isle of Cretas. I'll be your barbarian tender. What can I get you to drink?
Okay, do you cast it in
the room?
room?
Can I interest you in a amplexus on the beach?
Okay, this just got really, really interesting. With a very small frog-like squeak, the room you're in, Jack, Slim, Sewer, Fomalhaut, as the building above you is collapsing, as the deafening roar of the Velocilobster, that horrific abomination you've been trying to avoid, is above you and attacking the building, there's a small panicked squeak from your grung friend and party member. And immediately the entire room you're in is filled with magical darkness and no one can see.
Wow.
Nicely done.
It really is like somebody was like, oh man, this could be worse. At least we're not in the dark. And so like, I got you.
To be fair, it makes me glad I'm cast Spirit Guardians, I guess.
At least it's not raining. Like, and then the wall collapses.
Yeah, because it fills a 15-foot radius sphere, and the room is only 30. So yeah, yeah. So
is it my turn again yet?
It is now, and yeah.
And the thing that I was like sinking my axe in, is that thing still alive?
Yes, it is making some very horrific sparking noises and whistles, kind of like R2D2 going berserk.
And I'm just gonna be mad about it, and I'm just gonna beat the shit out of it. So I'm just gonna throw down my shield and pull out my maul and just like do a reckless attack with the maul.
Look, we now have Sarik Mark III.
Because
so you're doing a reckless attack with a maul, but you're effectively blinded, so that gives you disadvantage. So you're just rolling straight.
Shit. And
But at least it's not disadvantage.
At least it's not disadvantage.
I rolled twice on D&D Beyond, so
that's
you got
okay.
2 attacks.
Yeah, you have 2 attacks, so that worked perfectly.
So the second one was 21. The first one was I clicked it away. I'm stupid.
Let me pull it up here.
Yeah, the second one was a 21.
Yep, first was a 12, so you pull out the maul, and as you go to swing, it's really, really close quarters. It's a little difficult, but then you shorten your grip on the maul and just bring it right down onto the dome, literally, of the ERD in front of you. Go ahead, roll damage. Roll that beautiful damage footage.
12. And since
12.
I'm raging, I get 2 more, so 14.
You cave in the top of this thing. The once blue, then red, then dark blue eye in the center of this dome blinks red for a brief moment. That same port opens briefly, and it begins to charge, but then it just begins to smoke and fry like a lithium battery being overloaded, and it just begins to swell slightly and burst into flames. And it is
no, my Tesla
dead.
Roadster started on fire in the tunnel.
Yeah, pretty much. So it is in the pit, on fire, and dead.
And I still have
Movement and bonus action.
I don't know if I can do anything with a bonus action that's meaningful, but as far as movement, it really doesn't matter that I'm in a pit because I have my boots of spider climbing, so I can just run.
Yep.
And there was an automaton above me.
There was, yes. From what you heard the crackling boom from the stairwell before it began collapsing and rubble raining down. That hit Jack.
Do I have any idea if that is still an active automaton, or is that?
Last time you checked, it was very active.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna use all of my movement to sprint. I don't know. I got 40 feet. If I use like a sprint, can I go farther than that? I'm just gonna go right towards it. Even though I'm blind, so
yeah, that's the problem. You can dash with an action, but you use that to attack, so you will get your 40 feet.
Okay.
Sure, but trying to find it, just give me a general intelligence check, just like effectively like an intelligence saving throw. You're not really saving anything.
20.
Yeah, you remember, you have that battle awareness. You know this room. You've been in it a couple times. So you pull yourself out, you find Jack, move just around them, and head up the stairs. And from the sound you hear, even though it's completely dark, you hit, and your vision is beginning to clear slightly, and there is a shape in that weird blend between dark and light at the edge of this magical sphere. So you are face to face with the other ERD, but that took all of your movement. So that brings it down to Jack. You've been cooked by a lightning bolt. What would you like to do now?
Okay, so just to clarify, is it the admin room we're supposed to be getting to that has been destroyed by the Velocilobster?
As far as you know, that the administration building had a security room in it that you were heading toward. And from, like, you're looking up, well, now that it's dark, you're not. but you were looking up a stairwell that led to the admin building, and parts of the building are beginning to crack and fall down the stairwell.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go any further up those stairs in that case. Given that I'm a rat folk, presumably I'm not overly reliant on my eyesight like a rat would be. I'm more reliant kind of on my whiskers, my nose, my ears, that kind of thing. So do I have an idea of where the robot that cooked me is?
Yeah, it's up the stairs, and you heard Fomalhaut like roaring with battle rage and heading up the stairs.
Okay.
So yeah, it's right up there.
Bad squitches!
In that case, I'm gonna cast my poison spray cantrip first in the direction of robot, which I think it's some kind of saving throw. It's a Constitution saving throw. Yeah.
Yep. It is.
DC
It's technically toward a creature you can see, but I will allow it that you're like, oh, he was right there. If he hasn't moved, it'll be that way.
Yes.
Cool. But in this case, I am going to roll a die. Okay. And then I will roll another one. Does a 14 save?
It meets it, so yes.
Yay!
So
then
I
it did
think
save.
it's half damage then. I mean, I rolled 11 for damage, so that we walk 5.
Let's see. Let me pull up poison spray. Creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d12. Yeah, it does not. There's no damage if a made save.
Okay.
So unfortunately,
Never mind.
but you
Once
do
again.
spray out this noxious cloud, and Fomalhaut, you can't smell it because you don't breathe. So this is a good thing. Technically, neither does the other automaton, but there are other things at play. Cool. That was your cantrip. Bonus action and/or movement.
Okay. Well, at this point, I've mentally given up on the whole getting into the admin building. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going back the other way. So I'm going to use my bonus action to wild shape into a warhorse, and I'm going to use my 60 foot of movement to leg it in the other direction.
Whoa. Okay. Sure.
You just turned.
There's a horse loose in the tunnel.
Hi guys, I'm off. I've got kids. See ya.
Make
yeah.
an intelligence saving throw.
How many kids do you have?
At least it's not a T-Rex, you know.
Valid.
Who was it? Was that for me an intelligence saving throw?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You have the reincarnation.
So that is a 21.
Can you fart fire before you leave? Because I just want to see that.
You do indeed. You remember the path you took, and Sarik, you're in the hallway. You reflexively cast darkness. I think Sarik Mark II did that. Because you sense the Velociraptor. You hear it. It's roaring. The building is collapsing, and that is a fuck that. If it can't see us, we can't see it kind of deal. Suddenly a warhorse comes running out of the sphere of darkness past you and is heading in a panic down the hallway.
Can I shout in Druidic to Sarik? It's the Velocilobster, fucking run!
I don't think horses can talk.
But
You
can we
can
speak
neigh.
in Druidic to each
you've
other?
never seen Mr. Ed? Come on.
Well, yeah, okay. No, I'll allow it. Fuck it. Yeah, it's the Velocilobster run. In kind of animal horse, a little Mr. Ed, a little neigh. It's just kind of like, no, yeah, it's bad.
She's actually not very good at speaking, but when she came past me, I rubbed peanut butter on her gum, so she's like.
Yeah,
we do canonically have peanuts, so that works.
Okay, Jack, is that the end?
Yeah, I think so. That was my
I hope so.
Let's see. That ERD is dead. Oh, but that one's not. Cool.
Are they within my? Are they within my spirit guardians? Sorry.
Yes, they are. So they have to make a saving throw.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to
That's
interrupt.
an absolute brutal fail.
Alrighty, so that's going to be 48. So that's 11 points of radiant.
Oh shit! Okay.
And their movement speed is halved as well while they're in the area.
Oh, it's got an angry warforged in front of it, so it's not moving, and everything is collapsing on top of it. So it is unleashing a lightning bolt right at Fomahawk. So Fomahawk, please give me a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. Advantage on dexterity.
Yep.
I can see, so I get to do it twice. 16. And never mind, 16 was the good one.
Okay. Well, I mean, you take half damage on a fail, so that's good. Or you'll take 20, rounding down, 23 points of damage. It just unloads point blank at you.
And it's 23 because it's half because I'm raging?
Yes.
Okay. That's good.
And it's deciding to use that ability instead of attacks. So then what is it gonna do? Will it? Should it?
Oh, you're killing us here.
Yeah, it has targets in the room, even though it can't see. It's staying put. So yeah, Sewer, you're up with Sarik on deck.
So I can't see any of them. Right?
No.
Like the darkness is magic, and their little lights don't provide light, and the fire doesn't provide light.
Nope. You hear a crackling boom go off, but you don't really see it. You kind of see a brief glow of what may be another lightning bolt, but it's like up on the stairwell where the stairwell should be, but it's difficult to see.
Okay. So I can't really use any spells that directly attack it.
You can try. Depends on what you're attempting to do.
But all of my spells are I have to be able to see them.
Or can you move out the darkness?
Wait, did the shouting in Druidic at me break my concentration and therefore lift the darkness?
No, breaking concentration is damage sourced. But on your turn, you can drop it.
Oh, actually, so it looks like I can cast my firebolt without seeing the object.
You can hold your action too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hold your action until you can see it, and then when it's her turn, when she drops it, then your action becomes...
Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably hold my action. I'm going to back up a little bit as best I can, and... Can I move while still holding my action or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to back up towards the edge of the room where we came in and kind of hover there because this thing is coming down the stairs and I am stressed about it. Okay. As he is.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, you're backing all the way up. You're holding your action. And Sarik, it is now to you.
All right. So I apologize for the previous panic. I'm dropping darkness. I'll get rid of that. So everybody can see now. So does sewers thing happen and then I do my action, or?
Yeah, the moment darkness drops, Sewer's effect goes off. And what were you doing, Sewer? Firebolt?
No.
Or something worse.
If I can see something, I would like to do a frostbite at least.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah.
And hopefully that will kind of freeze up and limit the movement.
Okay.
It is a... Okay. The hit DC is a Constitution 14.
That is a 13. Nice.
Okay, so there's also on that failed one, they take 1d6 cold damage as well as the direct damage of the frostbite.
Ooh, cool. Right on. So it's so 1d6 cold, and then it's like disadvantage on attacks and all that, right?
Yeah, it causes a debuff.
Nice. Rad. Yeah, give me a d6.
I'm trying.
Oh, no worries.
Also, wouldn't it be 2d6 because you're above level 5?
It is 2d6.
Right?
Oh yeah, 2d6.
They're
Yeah.
rolling. Okay, cool. I got total of 6 damage.
Okay.
With my 2d6,
You're
unfortunately. But
okay. Got it.
hopefully this will at least slow it down enough for other people to hit it better.
And then back to Sarik.
Okay. Cheeky question. I have 4 open first level spell slots. Can I translate that into an additional 4th level spell slot?
Nope.
Because I fucked up earlier and I should not have cast Moonbeam at 4th level. Okay.
Sorry.
So we're not summoning an elemental.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
That's
No!
what I was gonna do. Great. So change of plans. We're going to. So what's the sit rep? Where are people in front of me?
Sewer is in the room with Slim.
Okay.
A horse has run past you, and and Jack. They're all Jack was the horse that ran by.
Jack was the horse.
Yeah. And you can't see Fomalhaut, but you can hear him raging against and making
a machine
noises against another thing up in the stairwell.
Okay, and is there anything alive? Any enemies alive in our hallway? Landing area?
Not that you can immediately see. No.
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna choose to use. How far away am I from the stairwell?
About 35 feet.
And what's my movement? That's a great question.
I think it's a drunk.
25.
25. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you can easily get into the room.
Okay, well, I will. Yeah, so I will get into the room. I'll walk into the room all the way. Can I see anything else now?
Like you can just glance up the stairwell and see where Fomalhaut is engaging, with another automaton that looks remarkably like him.
Okay.
And Fomalhaut is like singed and burned, and like little electrical sparks are coming off. Yeah, it's a pitched battle between those two.
Okay, so is Fomalhaut in like active grappling distance?
Oh, he's absolutely in melee with this thing.
Okay.
But we are not in Amplexus.
No.
Well, to each their own. My kink is not your kink, but that's okay. So can I don't fucking know. We're gonna. Fuck me. I can see the other automaton, right?
Yes.
So I'm just gonna acid arrow it.
Cool. Go for it.
At that 3rd level. Let's just try and hit the damn thing.
Just go wide open throttle
spell attack.
Yeah.
Kick its ass. Let's go.
That's a 12.
That does not hit its armor class.
Not only am I not dead, I'm not even tired yet. Come on.
All right. Well, I tried my best.
Well, it still does half damage. Oh. So yeah. So roll your damage. It just takes half because it's splashing near it, not on it.
11.
Okay. So all right. So it takes. That would be
5.5.
So 6. Okay. It's another 6. It's looking beat up, but it's not nearly looking like the one that's in the corner, buried half in mud, currently on fire.
Okay. And then quickly before I end my turn, I am going to grab 3 pebbles from the mud pit that was created.
Cool.
And magic stone them, get them all ready.
Got it. That brings us to Slim with absolute chaos on deck.
Cool. So how many of my teammates can I see?
You can see Sarik, Sewer, and Fomahalt.
Great. I'm going to cast Mass Healing Word.
Nice.
So you are all going to get... let me roll 1d4 plus 3. Sorry, it's not great, but... max. So that's going to be 7 points of healing to everyone that I can see.
Not bad.
And then with my action, I'm gonna run. I want to walk some. I'm all up in this other robot's business because I can see my buddy Fornelholt raging against the machine, and I want in on that. So I'm gonna use Primal Savagery.
Shit.
It's a druid cantrip, but basically with the kind of tendrils coming out of my wrist holes, it's kind of like. And I'm gonna kind of whip it with my digesting tendrils.
Whip it good.
Do it.
That's gonna be a 20.
Just hits it.
Just hits.
Just hits.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Buddy.
That's gonna be is that a 9 or a 6? There's no line on it.
There's no line or dot. That's so annoying.
Oh, that's a 6. So that's 12 points of acid damage.
Oh boy. That's Fomahalt, you're tied up on this thing. One bit of like this burst of acid flies near you and kind of splashes on it, and then a follow-up just nails it. And like those weird little tendrils of Slim are attacking it and beginning to melt some of the armor on the droid in front of you.
And it's a pretty interesting sight because, like, as one hand is one set of tendrils is digesting this robot, the other hand flicked out, and that's what kind of sprayed little kind of chunklets of gooey slime mold at my allies, and those are what's symbiotically healing you.
That's rad.
Nice.
There's a little bit.
Is that lowering that bastard's armor class while you're defeating its armor?
Nope. His armor class is also a dexterity as well.
Well,
it moves really well. Now, Slim, is that the end of your turn?
Come on, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. I need Sarik, Slim, Soar, and Fomahalt to all make dexterity saving throws.
Fuck my.
And
Do I get advantage?
Yes, because you see what's coming.
Do I get advantage?
Nope.
Worth a try.
Because it's not a plant that is magically created or manipulated to impede movement.
It's going to be an 11.
Okay.
10.
Okay, 11 fail, 10 fail.
I got an 18.
That saves. Fomahalt?
18.
That saves. So the two of you are... so Fomahalt's taking 1/4 damage because you saved. Soar is going to take half, and Sarik and Slim are taking all of it.
2d4 or something, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. It's like 1d2, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, flip a coin.
It's like a summer vacation of damage. You know?
It's an unarmed attack, right? So
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
34 plus 16.
There's too many numbers, man.
He's calculating healing. It's fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's because he's American. He doesn't know the metric system, so he's measuring in washing machines right now.
I am also Canadian,
Fluid
so I
washing
understand
machines.
metric. So that is.
I am 6 miles from Canada, so I'm half Canadian.
I lived in Toronto for 5 years, so I beat all of you.
So
I'm 6 miles
Fomahalt.
from Canada, which is 10 kilometers for those of you in civilized countries.
So Fomahalt, you take 14 points of damage. Soar takes 28.
Oh, I'm dead.
Slim and
It's been a good run,
Sarik.
y'all.
Slim and Sarik
Bye.
take 54 as the
Sewer
building
just died.
collapses into the stairwell,
Oh.
and a massive blackened chitinous claw smashes down.
I am so glad I cast
I'm dead.
1d4 plus 3 worth of healing on my friend. So
54 damage is 2 more than my total hit points.
That is an insta kill then.
Oh no, it doesn't. It
No,
doesn't- it
I
doesn't
had
take-
28. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, how many more does it have to be an insta kill?
It has to take you to minus 52, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
not on an insta kill.
No, it has to take you to minus your hit point total.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
it
sorry,
doesn't,
which
what-
the
yeah.
reek would be 52.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not
So,
an insta kill. That's good.
Okay. Sarik and Slim are down.
Very
Sower,
down.
how are you?
Oh, I
You're
am clinging to
bad.
life. Like I have 0.
You're at 0?
I'm at 0.
So you
Well,
are
I'm
also
not at
unconscious.
0. I don't know my exact. I'm at -1.
Okay,
So that
yeah,
counts
you
as
are
0.
currently unconscious as well.
Yeah.
So there are 3 that are currently making death saving throws, and
I'm at
Fomalhaut
-26.
is Fomalhaut I think is just still standing, and Jack is fucking out of there. Just
Peace.
gone.
Bye.
Nay, motherfuckers.
So back to the top of the round, Fomalhaut. You are facing off against this creature, this other Warforged, when a massive chunk of the building smashes it to pieces in front of you, hitting you. The rest of the building is falling down into the stairwell. You are hearing like anguished cries come from your fellow new party members, which are suddenly silenced under the just near tons of rubble that is falling into this hole. What are you doing? And oh yeah, there's a massive creature above you. The abomination, the Velocilobster, has attacked the admin building and is rearing up. The front half of this creature is a large bloated velociraptor shaped and visage with 2 massive black chitinous claws. Its gills are flapping angrily. You even hear the tail snapping behind it as that velociraptor torso merges into that crustaceanal horror.
Can I see it from where I am?
Oh yeah, it's above you.
You can see parts of it.
It's
And
pretty
I'm
much
in,
all you
like-
can see.
And so, like, I'm in a stairwell,
You're in the remnant of a stairwell.
and then my friends are like dead around me.
You don't see them.
I can't see them or find them, or like they're not.
I mean, if you want to use an action and
Do
your
not
movement to
perceive
get
us.
down and begin digging for them, yes.
Oh, so it's all collapsed behind me.
Yeah, you're on the remnants of a stairwell. There is parts of a stairwell full of rubble in front of you. The top of the top of the stairwell is open to the sky, with the Drameo crustacean horror standing above you, triumphantly roaring and clacking its claws as it drove it through the admin building.
And the other AI drone thingy that I was just about to fuck up, it's gone.
Oh, it's like what's left of it is a few strange little arcane boards and some crystals. It has been smeared by the rubble.
So I'm just kind of standing here all by myself, looking at the Velocilobster. Huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
God, I fucking paid for this bitch.
Yes, you did.
Did this to yourself.
Oh, son of a.
Like it's that epic kaiju moment of the lone warrior and the monster, which by the way is
Down here.
gargantuan sized.
I thought you said the lone lawyer.
Oh no,
Monster.
warrior.
I was like-
Warrior.
Just gonna sue it. No, so I'm just standing here with my
We'll
shield.
see you in court, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery, but I don't have any magic, so I'm just gonna talk shit, be like, you're dumb. And you should do that.
I mean, Vicious Mockery is kind of a lawyer thing, too, so it could be a warrior.
I mean, there may be some things you can do. You are an animal totem barbarian.
But I'm just fucking raging, and I'm gonna reach into my wherever. I'm gonna pull out. I have an orb. I have a special orb.
You're gonna contemplate your orb.
You're gonna contemplate your orb.
I'm gonna contemplate my orb, and it takes an action to activate my orb.
Sounds like
or just some good company, you know.
And this Velocilobster, is it like right above me? Is it like roaring at me?
It is towering above you, triumphantly bellowing as it has destroyed whatever was attempting to kill it.
Your triumphant bellowing is nothing to my triumphant bellowing. Whatever. So I activate my orb, which is an action. And when the Velocilobster opens up its mouth, I'm gonna throw the orb in there.
Does it have a mouth?
It's got two, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's a huge monstrous like.
Wait, hold on.
Has a maw.
How far above me is the Velocilobster's mouth, head, whatever?
We'll say 60 feet.
I mean, it might be coming closer quite soon.
How far can I jump?
How far can you what?
How far can I jump?
That it's your you can do a standing leap. Let's see, your strength is 20. You can like jump, clamber out of the the next 40 feet. You can get up to very easily, and it will be just above you.
With the athlete's feet that I have, I can do a running jump with 5 feet of motion, and then it's 40 feet, you said?
Yeah.
And the Velocilobster is 60 feet above me?
Yes.
If I jump up and fucking throw this thing, would that be better than if I just stand there and throw it, or?
Yeah, it will 100% be better if you rush it and throw your orb.
I'm just gonna rush it and throw my orb.
Shoot your shot. Throw your orb.
Throw the orb. Give me a ranged
Hot barbarian summer. Throw that orb.
Like Wayne Gretzky said, you miss all the shots you don't take. All right, so it's a ranged attack.
Yep. So that would be a D20 plus your dexterity modifier.
D20 plus my dex. Oh, okay. I'll just do the D20.
Yeah, D20, I think then plus 5.
9 plus my dex modifier is 4. That's 13.
Okay, let me see something. All right, yep. I rolled a fucking 1. It looks down at you and begins to lunge as you leap up to the top. Just this very slow motion, epic moment of this automaton bartender. This broken straw hat across his head. Tiki shirt shredded from a lightning bolt blast tattering in the wind, leaps up and throws this strange orb at the Velocilobster as its mouth is coming down to bite at him. What does your orb do as it impacts the interior of this animal?
Oh,
Please don't just be a rock.
The orb of gonging.
Oh,
This
Jesus
common
Christ.
wondrous item is a hollow 5-inch diameter orb that weighs 5 pounds. Its outer shell is composed of notched bronze rings, which can be turned so that the notches line up. Aligning the notches requires an action, and doing so causes the orb to gong loudly until the notches are no longer alive. The sounds are spaced 6 seconds apart and can be heard out to a range of 600 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
Velocilobster into the fucking TikTok rock.
Get wrecked, Velocilobster.
So, like, in a weird, fucked up way, this is like the crocodile from Peter Pan that swallowed the clock, except this is swallowing the gong. I'm
legally distinct for copyright reasons.
Of course.
I just TikTok rock this motherfucker. Yeah, I win.
I am rolling this d20. The Velocilobster is going to make a Constitution saving throw against swallowing this orb and gonging and driving it mad. Even madder than it is. I'm giving it disadvantage, so I'm also rolling this one. I'm telling you now, it has a very high Constitution modifier.
I dare you to save it.
I will set this DC at... Let me see what your...
Dare you to save it.
I'm gonna make it a DC 18. At disadvantage, it is +9 on its Constitution.
Don't make me have to follow that orb in there. I'll do it.
I mean, since it's part lobster, would it not also be super sensitive to sound?
That's what it's. That's why it's rolling at disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
So if one of these is an 8 or lower.
Yeah. It has to be an 8 or lower.
Don't make me have to follow that in there. I'll do it.
I rolled a 9 and a 1.
Yes!
9 and 1.
Just crazy enough to work.
It hits.
Someone needs to screenshot that look.
Amazing.
This 5-pound, which, like, against something of this titanic size is nothing, bounces off one of its large jagged teeth, rattles around in its mouth, and it reflexively swallows. And as it rears back up and it leans down to go, you just hear this boom, and it is shocked for a second. And every 6 seconds, this reverberating, horrific noise. It doesn't know what to do. It begins thrashing and panicking. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Does that mean it evens out to straight roll?
Yeah, evens out to a straight roll. Because this is thrashing wildly, and it is attempting to turn and flee back toward the marine enclosure because it doesn't like what's going on, and you are trying to avoid its desperately snapping tail.
I rolled an 11.
Oof. That may hurt.
That's all right. I can take it.
It's only a handful of D6, and by handful, I mean 8.
It'd be hilarious if the only survivor of this entire thing is a fleeing horse. A fleeing horse with one rat on its back.
Oh no! I got this.
You just stay in horse shape for the rest of forever and just live amongst the dinosaurs.
Learn how to spark fire. You know.
Also, you can never lose faith in the barbarian.
You're still raging.
I am still raging.
So you're resistant to all. Yeah, you're resistant to all damage.
Everything except psychic.
Fuck. Okay. So 15, half of 32 is 16. So you take 16 points of bludgeoning damage as you are thrown because you leapt to the top, threw it in there. It begins gawning. It panics, throwing its claws up, roaring and clacking, spins, and just levels you with this large crustacean clacking tail, flattened out. And it flees, gonging. You can still hear it for 600 feet as it is just loping toward the marine enclosure.
Oh, but when it gets underwater, that is going to be even worse.
Yep.
Oh.
That is going to be so bad.
Oh.
Also, it's a lovely funeral bell for.
Now you know why whale song sounds like they're in so much pain. They're just like.
In these closing moments, if Sewer, Sarik, and Slim, the S's of the group, if you can please both roll me 2 D20s and tell me what you get.
Find just dice to roll.
On the left-hand side, there's a dice.
Yeah.
You can click on it and.
DM, do I have any actions, movements, anything left over after I threw the gonging into the Velocilobster?
Oh, that took everything you had.
That took everything?
Yep.
Oh, I rolled a 30.
Not together. Separate numbers.
18 and 12.
Okay.
For once, I rolled well. It was a 16 and a 19.
Okay. And how about Soar?
I just wrote a 4, and the other one is pending.
Okay.
Pending.
4 and pending.
Schrodinger's death save.
Impending, in this case.
Again, the tension is unparalleled.
Right.
This is what you tune in for.
Wow, I just
Right,
rolled a 4 and a 2. That's the revenge
Okay.
for rolling so well early in the game.
I need you to
Holy
roll
shit.
one more. One more
One more?
D20.
Okay.
Because what this is representing is if you each of you just rolled effectively 2 death saves. If you had 1 or 2 fails, you would have to roll a 3rd die because I am working in a mechanic that Fomalhaut is digging for you.
Oh.
That's nice.
Slim and Sarik, he reached you and stabilized you before you shuffled off the mortal coil. It all depends on Soar's.
Oh, I just rolled a 15!
You just fucking squeaked it.
Wow.
So
What
laying
about
there,
MVP?
laying there unconscious, Sarik, your eyes slowly open. You look over the cracked and nearly shattered fishbowl helm of Slim, parts of the armor dented and destroyed. You look over, Fomalhaut is holding up a weakened, pulse incredibly weak, blood pouring from their body. Soren rests him down. Meanwhile, Jack, as the horse, you are hauling ass down the fucking tunnel. You are gone. Fuck everybody else. And in the distance, Jack, you get out of the tunnel. You're looking around cautiously. And you start to see that there are just corpses of these strange beasts everywhere. Small, like, wounds on all of their necks behind their heads. Something has gone through massacring anything alive in this zoological park. The stench is unbearable. Fomalhaut and the rest of you, as you slowly wake to consciousness, this visage of this armored metallic warrior, straw hat and tattered tiki shirt, maul and shield by his side, triumphantly looking. You hear the klaxons of an airship approaching. the sound of some sort of rapid staccato booms from a deck gun as it is bursting into the marine enclosure to try and keep the Velocilobster away. And it begins, you see the reverberation in the water.
Does the surface,
And it very quickly comes down, and a rescue party grabs all of you, taking you up onto its decks, and you begin to flee the Isle of Cretas. It turns out the news you hear that Sir Jean of House Harmond is bankrupt. You look behind you. The island is in flames. Don't think
it was that one firebolt.
Yeah, that just kept licking slowly. And then went around the wall into the bar where all the volatile ethanol was. You have somehow survived what was a completely set in fucking stone TPK.
And as we're on the deck of this ship, I will find a rolling drink cart.
Yes.
And I will find some beverages, and I will take my shield, and I'll use it as a drink holder, and I'll start pouring glasses, and I'll be like, hey, can I interest you in a beverage of my own concoction? It's a fruity punch with alcohol. I call it Amplexus on the beach.
And the scene fades to black.
Just visible is Sarik grabbing the alcohol out of Slim's hands.
Amazing.
It fades to black, and all you hear is the distant roar of a very angry animal in the squeaky wheel.
The distant roar of an angry animal.
I can't
that we basically just created a kaiju.
believe it.
What does the Velocilobster say?
I can't fucking believe it. Everyone on the ropes except for Jack.
Fucking cantered off into the fucking darkness.
Liz, I think people in glass houses, man. Remember episode 1? Right?
I mean, yeah.
At least I never left all of you. I couldn't. You were under me.
The entire party and 2 rats survived.
Yes, Roughton lives on.
You all lived.
Amazing. Incredible. I was team Velocilobster. I wore my lobster shirt.
As was I!
We were all team Velocilobster, let's be real. That was absolutely incredible.
I mean, like, I'm a little bit disappointed that I still have a severe case of being alive.
Chris, I do need to request, because it's been sitting next to you, but I'm not sure anyone else noticed, could you please show everyone the Velocilobster you made in your workshop? If you hold it up, Sam can put you up.
Oh, hell
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Oh, I love it.
Chris does incredible metal work.
Is there a Velocilobster near me somewhere?
Boom.
Oh my god.
Little girl!
Oh, I love this idiocy.
What was beautiful was that was the exact opposite size ratio to what happened in the game.
100%.
Yeah.
Amazing, Chris.
Okay, like I did that for like comedy's sake, but it turns out when you make stuff out of steel and then you fall on the floor with it when you're drunk, it stabs you and it hurts.
Ow.
Oh my god.
So I'm gonna have to roll. I need to roll for damage on that.
So are you raging though?
Yeah, I think he is.
I think he's been raging all night.
No, thank you all so much. Thank you to our viewers. As always, we raised £180 so far for our 2 charities. Thank you for playing along and for creating some extra chaos. Oh, look at that rat.
Oh, the baby.
It's so cute. Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Rathu, for your sudden appearance. Yeah. Massive thank you to Charlotte, Liz, Khalil, and Alex, and to our special guest, Chris. The other party members did not know Chris was going to make an appearance.
I was like, who the fuck is Chris? It turns out the best thing to ever happen to us.
Chris is the reason you're here again. Be sure, if you haven't seen yet, check out Fomahalt's character art. It's over on the Science and Sorcery Twitter. It's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Trevor, for DMing again. Yeah, we love you all. Definitely gonna have you all back on.
Can I just say that I literally spent like 3 weeks expecting to die today, and I literally spent 3 weeks waiting to make the Amplexus on the beach joke. So I am so glad that went over. Like, that was 3 weeks, and I was like, I'm telling myself this joke every night at work. I'm like, Amplexus on the beach. That shit's funny.
I was waiting.
It's gonna be seared into my brain.
I was waiting 3 weeks to kill you all, and I still didn't get to do it. So,
Don't worry.
Close though, so close.
Trevor, I'm sure the Velocilobster still lives. It's not just very noisy. We could always bring you some more people to try to kill on this island.
And there was a horrible accident. It turns out that the Velocilobster is not sterile, and it's laying eggs.
Oh no.
Are there other Velocilobsters, or is this part of the benefits?
Dory.
Time to find Dory. Yeah, that's a little
And
bit
like,
body
all of
there.
the offspring are different mixes of Velociraptor and lobster.
Because the Velocilobster can, does unfortunately reproduce via parthenogenesis. So, yeah.
Well, Trevor, as the saying goes, life does stuff.
Yeah. I will have my revenge.
I'm sure you will, Trevor, but we are at almost 5 whole hours, and I know some of... Sorry, Liz. We will be back on Monday. We are streaming episode 4 of the Legend of the Flaming Heteros campaign. We're going to go meet some society to find out about a guy we gotta kill. And probably set people's trousers on fire, because that's all that we do, ever. We will also be next Friday. We've got our second charity one-shot. It is going to be DM'd by the wonderful Jess McLaughlin, who was one of the players during our Tabletop Titties game. It is a drag race with dragons, as far as I know. So that should be fun. And then we've got another charity stream on the, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, 29th, I believe. Which will be done by my wonderful friend Tom, who is an expert in same-sex sex and animals, which is just always a fun thing to tell people about. On that note, thank you all so much for watching, thank you all for playing, and a big thank you to our Patreon supporters, Chris Hogan, Sam Langford, you two are both here, and Vikram Baliga and Charles Alkai. We love you, thank you so much, and yeah, keep donating. You just chuck money at us, and we'll run our giveaways when we get to 250
and
pounds.
Cue the closing credits.
It's gonna haunt my nightmares.
I love it.
Credits.
Take us away, Sam.
Take